Any questions about this so far? Megan, you're in Joshua Tree.
I am.
What are you doing there?
Just hanging out like for a vacation.
You ever been there
Trying to.
before?
No, first time.
It's awesome, right?
Oh yeah, no, it's amazing.
It's one of the
It's so
trippiest.
cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, very trippy.
Go to the hotel where Graham Parsons died.
No.
It's there. It's still there.
Ooh.
You can rent the Graham Parsons room if you want. It's like a little funky nothing hotel, but it's still there.
That's cool.
Yeah. You know his whole story, right?
Mm-mm.
He died. Okay, so it's weird that area of Joshua Tree has this, it's all this mythical stuff, but the mythical thing, it spills into modern times, right?
Mm-hmm.
And especially with like bands and stuff, which is weird. But anyway, he liked to go out there a lot or whatever, and he had these two idiot buddies that he was hanging around with. I guess one night they were drinking and all that, and they did one of those stupid drunk things where they're like, "If I ever die, you guys set my body on fire in Joshua Tree," or something stupid like that, right? And then it's just stupid drunk stuff. But these two guys were idiots, and so he died, right? He was like 26.
Mm-hmm.
And they you probably could never do this now. They went to the airport or something, and they hijacked his body because they go like, "Oh, we're the family. We're here to pick up the body or whatever." Take him out to Joshua Tree, and they set him on fire. And then they
Damn.
then they left him there, I guess. So he was like half burned. It was just totally horrible, And I was watching. There's a documentary on him. They talk about it and that. And they're talking to these two guys, and they're still boneheads. Like they still don't get why that was totally wrong. They think it's like some funny escapade, and it's like that's somebody's son.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Damn.
Half burned out in the desert. Anyway, it's just all this weird mythology around that whole area.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that you can find the campsite where they did that at. And Graham Parsons is just cool. Probably because he burned out when he was 26, so it creates a legend or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Why is this doing this? Okay. Are you drawing out there?
I am. I brought my sketchbook.
And then, so are you camping there? What are you doing?
No, it's just an Airbnb. So it's like a house. I honestly don't know. I mean, not like super far. It's definitely drivable. So I think I'm going to go there.
I'll give you one more Joshua Tree story, then I'll shut up.
Okay.
So me and a buddy of mine, this woman, friend of mine, years ago, we went out there, and she just does weird stuff like this. But so she used to do a lot of design work for the climbing industry, like a long time ago, right?
Oh.
And that has its own weird mythology. Those kind of people do that. Anyway, so we go, let's go out to Joshua Tree and paint. So we go out to Joshua Tree, and then that night, she goes, I bet you some of my climbing friends are out here, or whatever. And I go, okay, it's a climbing mecca, maybe. And but whatever. So anyway, she goes. So then she comes back like, oh, I'm like sitting out there having a beer or something, and she goes, hey, I think there's a party with a lot of the people I used to know from that world. And I go, where? And she goes, well, I think it's out there somewhere. And I go, okay, so we're just going to drive around until we find this party. And that's just how she was, though. She has this obsession with driving. So the next thing I know, we're like on this dirt road in a Prius, searching for this thing. And I'm like, and then we started getting like stuck, the sand and all that, because it was dirt roads. And I go,
yeah,
I had enough of this. Like, this is ridiculous. It's 11 o'clock at night. We're driving around the middle of the desert And then she goes, keeps driving a little bit up this road. And she goes, I think that's it right there. And there's like no houses out there, right? So we drive up in this house, and it was the house. It was the party, right? And I go, that's totally bizarre. Like, how did you had no idea where you were going. Then we go inside, and all these people are like, they're real clannish. So they were all sort of like, who's this guy? You know, like they didn't know who I was and stuff. And then I found out later, like a lot of them, these famous climbing people and stuff. It was a total trip. It was like a trippy party. You know what I mean? But it was just so weird to wander in the desert and find that. You know what I mean? And she would always do that whenever we'd go painting. She'd like get in the car and just nonstop drive for some reason. I never could figure it out. So we wouldn't get enough paintings done because I go, let's go paint. And then if she was driving, she'd go, I go, hey, there's a good spot right there. Let's pull over there. And she'd go, well, I think there's one up here. Next thing you know, we're like 70 miles down the road. And she just would keep doing it. It was just super weird. She'd hold you hostage in the car.
Interesting.
Yeah, it was some kind of weird psychology.
Mm-hmm.
Not that I don't have weird. I mean, we all have weird psychology, whatever, right? Okay, I got a lot in here. Okay, where's Elisa? You here? Okay, number 2, Brianna.
Yes.
You there?
I'm here.
Where'd you go here? Let's see. I just saw a boat.
I went fishing, deep sea fishing with my dad last weekend, which is why I wasn't here. I sent you an email.
Did you?
Yeah. We went bluefin tuna fishing.
What did I say? Did I reply to it?
Yeah, you did. You said just watch the video. So
okay.
I was kind of surprised when I saw like the absence, but like I don't know if that's just how it's gonna be.
The what?
The absence in my thingy.
Well, if you're not there, I'm gonna mark you absent, right?
Yeah.
I mean, you know, if it's some kind of thing, it's not a big deal.
Okay.
I mean, I get it. People have lives. They do stuff once in a while.
Yeah, that's where the boat's from.
All I do is spend my time looking for contractors.
What are you having them working on?
I need them to do a bunch of stuff. I actually need, the first thing I need to get done is I got to get all the retaining walls redone. That's like been the big stopping point. And then I need to, I need to get that done. And somehow the storm knocked the power out of my house. I got to get an electrician out there. And then I got to get a handy guy out there just to kind of just do handyman stuff and then paint it. So it's like a huge thing, but I can't get anything done until I get that stupid wall done. And I just went to meet the guy this morning, and the guy goes, yeah, I'm going to do it. And I go, okay, cool. I go, I'll meet you in the morning, give you money for materials. He doesn't show up.
Man.
It's, you know what's weird to me about that? It's like, don't you guys want to make money?
Yeah.
Like, I don't get it.
Right now, it's the...
Apparently right now they've all got a ton of work. I don't know how that works.
There's a lot going on.
The whole world's shut down. You'd think these guys would be hungry for work, but I guess not.
A lot of businesses are shifting, like how they're doing business. I mean, you've probably seen it with restaurants, of course. They're doing the outdoor stuff, but a lot of businesses are shifting around. So there's a lot of change happening, and that requires a lot of money to be spent.
Oh, you mean like remodeling or whatever, you know?
Remodeling or changing the focus of an industry or something like that. People jumping on new opportunities, how the world's changing.
I don't know. I've been trying to get this done for years. I can't get a contractor who's not a flake.
Man, that's crazy.
And it's critical. I need to, because I want to get all this done before winter. So now it's critical. You know what I mean? It's like, I just want to get this done. I don't care that I have to throw money at it. It's my own fault. I let it go.
Professor?
Huh?
So if you need a contractor, I can ask my mom. I know she has like a special contractor she hires. His name is Jerome. I can get the info and
does he work up here? I'm in the mountains.
Oh, you're in the mountains.
Yeah.
I can ask my mom where he lives because I know
She knows anybody. Maybe she knows somebody.
Yeah, I can ask her.
It's probably like a 2-day job. The walls. When I talked to this guy, he goes, "Yeah, it's like it'll take me like 2 days, maybe 3."
Yeah, because
so it's not like it's a big thing. It's like, okay, you show up for 3 days and you make $9,000. Like, and you don't want to do that. You just don't want to. I don't get it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it seems like a no-brainer.
It's just been on and on. This is the experience I've had with contractors my whole life. We had one. My girlfriend hired this guy, and she made the mistake of hiring a friend. Really stupid.
That's always rough.
I told her, don't hire this guy. He's probably some stoner, you know. Anyway, so he's supposed to redo the bathroom, and it was going on for like a year. And finally, I go, dude, I'm done with this. You know what I mean? And then ever since then, now what I do is what I did after that, because we had other house stuff done over there. When they'd show up, I go, I'm not paying you a dime until this is done. You know what I mean? And I go, as soon as this is done, I'll pay you in full. But I go, I'm not paying you a dime. You guys are a bunch of flakes. You get a little bit of money, then you run off to Vegas and go party. Then you run out of money, and you come back, and you get a little more money, then you run off and go party. You know, it's like that kind of thing, you know?
It's too bad.
And it's bad for guys who do that in the industry who are good, because I don't trust any of them now. You know what I mean?
Yeah, definitely.
And I'm sure there's ethical, upstanding contractors out there, but I can't find them. Like this guy this morning is supposed to meet me over at the sheriff's office so I could give him some money, and he just doesn't show up. It's just like, why wouldn't you why would you not just say, I don't want to do that job? Because I know what happened. He got a bigger job. He got 2 bigger jobs, and he's like, I don't want to do it. You know what I mean? So now he's in a small town, because this is a small town, and now I'm going to go online where everybody talks about business up here, and I'm going to go on every single board on it up here and go, this guy's a total flake. He'll lose business from that.
Yeah.
Because when I see that, I don't hire him. If somebody under a contract thing goes, this guy's a total flake, I don't hire him. Okay. Brianna.
Yeah, Mike?
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
So what do you think?
You can't see your screen if you're sharing.
I do this every single class.
You and Phil both.
Oh,
It's
really?
easy to do. Yeah, Phil does it all the time.
Okay, that makes me feel even worse. Now I'm not going to do it anymore.
Well, hey, whatever it takes, right?
I'm going to fix that problem.
The boats were fun.
Yeah, this is a pretty nice one right here. Is this later?
That was on the boat we were waiting to get on. So that's who we were on for the weekend.
The thing okay, so like, I like this boat. It looks pretty balanced. This one down here. I'd probably like, okay, so when you're doing something like this ripple, you know, get it nice and sort of, you know, radiating out. That's not a good curve right there. Real simple.
Okay.
You know, and you can do like little, you know, if you're seeing some stuff in there or whatever, but it's a nice little, a ripple is a nice little graphic tool. You know what I mean? That you can kind of play with a little bit. You know, I always like to do when I go to duck ponds or whatever, you know, you get that duck or swan or whatever in the water. And it's, you know, you can do that little graphic tool of the little ripple under them. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
It's just a nice little graphic tool. And then, you know, if it's like something, like I've seen, sometimes you can do like koi fish will break the surface a little bit. So then you can do graphic things with that. And then this part under here can become like a dark tone or something. So it looks like it breaks under the surface. So when you're looking at stuff like water just has a lot of great graphic shapes in it. You know what I mean? So if you can squint down and I'm not talking about this because this is fine. You could do something like this. But if it gets like more complicated or whatever, kind of squint down is try and find the pattern in it, because it usually has a pretty big pattern in it, and then you can kind of break it into 2 or 3 shapes and do some kind of nice little graphic thing with. That's what I always do anyway.
Okay. Okay, I'll look for that. Thank you.
But what I'm saying is, I guess like whenever you're doing these things on location, one of the things you do want to think about is that idea of graphic shapes, where you can different ways of playing with it. Where you might have a building behind another building, and you push one totally into silhouette. You know, very graphic. I always move elements around. Like if there's flags hanging over there, I can pull that in as a curve and get like some nice graphic elements in front of something. Or I know I've got all this hard geometry, so I'll move that over here. You know, don't be afraid to move things around, right?
Great.
And the thing I love about boats and all this stuff, or like when you're down near, I always say the Port of LA because that's where I like to go. But Port of LA is like shape heaven. Like everywhere you go, it's just shapy stuff everywhere. And boats are all shapy. You know what I mean? You know, and sometimes like man, when you go down and look at those, well, you probably saw it. When you look at those fishing boats, they're complicated. Like you look at it and you go, how do you guys know how to work all this stuff? Like, I don't get it, you know?
Mhm.
Like every time I go down there and I sit on the dock, that, you know, down by the fishing boats, they've got all this garbage all over the docks and big piles of like nets that are like as tall as me, right? And you just go, that's just a big tangled mess. Like, how do you get that back on the boat and then in some coherent way? And then you know, I don't get it. You know? I just don't get it. And then there's all the, you know, 10,000 cables going everywhere and cranks and all this kind of stuff. It's just weird. It's the same thing with like, and I love oil refineries too, by the way, for the same reason. But you look at an oil refinery and you go, there's like 10,000 valves in that place. Like, who knows how all this works? You know what I mean? I mean, a refinery is like 10 billion pipes running all over the place with valves everywhere. And you're just like, I don't get how this, that thing would blow up if I worked there. I could never remember what the hell was going on with all that. Who's this guy?
It's my dad.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
Is there a pretty good likeness?
I couldn't get the stubble on him, so like he has like a baby face now, but I think it's recognizable. My mom's like, "Oh, you drew your dad." I'm like, "Okay, at least it looks like."
Okay, one thing you can do with this,
recognizes it.
it looks like a specific person. That's why I'm asking. Like, it's really interesting. I think I've said, maybe I haven't said this in here. The thing I love about one of the things I love about all this, I still got a cold, you guys, so.
Were you able to go to the emergency?
No, because I didn't cut my class short. But I mean, you know, at the same time, I'm kind of going, what are they going to do? You know what I mean? I had my temperature taken yesterday someplace and it's fine. So it's not COVID.
Okay.
So, and they're probably just going to go, you got a cold, dude. What do you want us to do about it? You know?
Okay, for sure.
And I'll say, cure me. That's what. But, yeah, it's fine. Like, the thing I always loved about Adolphe Menzel's sketches is they look like specific people. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
I mean, and every time I look at them, because he was operating, God, I forgot when, maybe late 1800s, early 1900s, I can't remember. I don't know how to explain it. It's like you look at these things from these people from so long ago, and every time I see these, they look so specific, it makes me start to wonder who that person was. You know what I mean? And what their life was and what happened to them. And just all that kind of stuff. It evokes all that kind of thinking to me because they look so specific. And they're really,
awesome.
Yeah, they're really beautiful sketches. I love this one here. They're just so,
wow.
Look at that. And what I love about it, there's not much there. Okay, so what I want you guys to see here, oh, by the way, I want to talk about the beard thing you just said, the 3-day beard. Look how he masked all this shadow value. Almost the whole front of the face is masked into one shadow value. You see that? He probably put down a tone for the hair. I mean, it's exactly how I work, actually. And then he put some lines over it, right? To sort of delineate, you know, the hair masses, right? And then all this is just texture. Like we started talking about this texture, correct? So the same thing you're doing when I talk about trees and I go, look, you got this silhouette breaking the edge, the interior's texture, this is the same thing. You don't want to over describe that, okay? And you know, the star is like, you know, here. There's one he didn't finish. Look at this guy. Look at this one. So this guy, you know, and then he did these amazing paintings and stuff. Was kind of an odd character. He was like 4'2", like he was really super short, and he apparently would just draw constantly everywhere he was. He got pretty famous in his own time. And then so he'd get invited to all these society things, but he would just go there and draw. And I always go like, God, that's me, you know. Like, that's the only reason I'd want to go to that is just to draw, you know. But anyway, he was pretty. I think he described himself as asexual, and he just had all these weird thoughts, and they all think it was. So here's what he looked like. Look. Come on. Pretty severe looking dude. Right? You see him?
Oh, wow.
There's my future, by the way. You know, I love the pictures of him. He always looks all, you know, super stern and stuff, but he's got an interesting story. And they think that like he was very bothered by his appearance and stuff like that, so that's why he just didn't have relationships or anything and all this kind of stuff. But it's really his drawings and his paintings are beautiful.
Oh yeah.
And he's just a good example. The reason I'm bringing him up partly is because he's just a good example of a guy who's just constantly doing this, and you can see how it pays off. You know what I mean? His draftsmanship's amazing, you know. But he's a good guy to look at for darn it. Hang on. And there's one more here. Hang on. Like for his simplicity. Like I know these things look fairly complicated. There's that scribble language that we kind of talked about with leaves. You remember that?
Mm.
Okay, so see this pattern? I don't think that's a Menzel though. Is it? Oh, it is Menzel. And we'll talk about this a little more. But again, this when I see that, I go, that's the same thing we talked about with leaves. When I get into this interior, it's mostly texture, right? Then he develops a coherent scribble language. Does that make sense?
Yes.
It's not, when I say that, then people just go, and it's like, that you have to think, you know, it's coherent. It's not just random. And it's based on, you know, on what you're looking at. And then when you get out here, you get individual hair that gives you a lot of information about that's a beard and all that, right? But, you know, you get most of that information out here. But his sketches, even though I know they look crazy, these are, they're actually pretty simple.
It's all in the eyes. Like his eyes are perfect.
There's one, yeah. I think most of his. Oh, look at that! There's a new book. Is that a new book? I got to get that. But I mean, there's such a humanity in it, I guess is what I'm trying to say. You know, and I think that you can kind of forget about that a little bit. I think people can get so hung up on whatever they're thinking in their head for career or whatever, that they stop to go, well, you got to do this too. You know what I mean? You can't just go, I want to draw monsters for the movies and that's all I'm going to think about. It's like, you're not really going to bring anything to the table. Having a skill set where you can throw this stuff down like this, I don't know. I think it's like, I always thought it was the #1 coolest thing you could learn how to do. You know what I mean? Because you're documenting your life. You're creating a visual diary of your life. And if you just keep doing it, you're going to have this stack of sketchbooks when you're old. And it's kind of cool. You know, you leave that behind your kid and go, there's my life there. And all the sketchbooks, go, you can find it all in there. You know what I mean? Nobody does that. Other, you know, maybe a writer or something like that. You know what I mean? But, you know, people don't leave a visual diary behind their, you know, it's just, I just think that's super interesting. You know what I mean? That makes sense? I bought an original Harry Carming of cats. I don't know if I ever said this, right? Just sketches of probably his cat. And I think it had a note on it that said New York, 1972, whatever year it was, whatever. And boom, right away, I don't know why, I always see this elegant apartment, rainy New York day, you know, having some tea or coffee or something, sitting there with his cat, sketching his cat. And you're just like, it just, boom, it pulls my, even though that's probably not what it was at all, it pulls my brain into that narrative immediately. You know what I mean? And you go, wow, on December 12th, 1972, Harry Carming was sitting in his apartment drawing his cat. I just think that's, I know that sounds weird, but I just think it's so cool. You know what I mean? Like there's an expression of that moment in his life, you know what I mean? And he's got a whole lot of them because I bought other stuff. You can get Harry Carmen's actually for dirt cheap, which is crazy to me. Anyway, and then he made, I'm always looking for this one in particular and it never pops up. Yeah, there's the one he did of these women. I haven't seen a lot of these. But if you get in on these things, there's not much there, really. You know what I mean? What's there is super valuable information, like this little structure on the cheek and then here. So he's sort of just defining that, that whole mass. You guys lose me? Did you guys lose me?
You froze for a bit.
You said there's not a lot there, and then you said what's there is
valuable.
And you didn't say a lot because it froze.
It's valuable. It's descriptive, okay? But if you look at these things, they're pretty loose. They're pretty, look at her hair. It's mostly the mass, and then you just, you know, left some lights in it, you know, that kind of thing. It's just it's very simple mark making. You know what I mean? You know, smudging this stuff out and then sort of hitting this little under the nose right there with that line to sort of separate it. It's mark making is what I'm trying to say, right? It's mark making, okay? And then it adds up to this really, you know, beautiful thing. Okay. So this, here, let me get my paper. Hang on a sec, you guys. Okay, you guys can see that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So on this face thing, I'm just gonna do a real quick, simple thing. So if we, you know, you block in the face, but okay, so you can see that enough, right? What I do down here is I just put a little tone in there and smudge it out, and it's going to give me that. And then I always carve out this excess out here. You can see how it gives him a little bit of a 3-day beard. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
And then if I go, okay, that's too heavy, I can just lift some out and knock it down, okay? Then what I do is I go back in and I start reinforcing things. And I do the same thing here on the nose. Then I carve back into it. Then I reinforce my line again. And again, if I want to pull some of that out, which is why you use this and not a plastic eraser or a pink pearl eraser. But does that make sense? A little tone on the nose, right?
Yeah.
A little tone here. Now, also you'll get a little on the ears, a little bit of warmish tone. So what I'm trying to do when I do that is show a little of that idea of warmth. Now with the beard, obviously not with the beard, but with the nose tone, you know, your nose can get a little red and your ears can get pretty orange, okay? Probably start talking a little bit about people today, actually. And then, so I got this eye socket here, right there. So I build the eye socket, and then I can come in here and put that eye in there. And it feels more, it just feels better because it's sitting back in that socket a little bit. Does that make sense? So what am I doing here? Because the reason I'm talking about this is, I was just going to talk about the beard, but the reason I'm talking about this is we'll probably start talking about people today. And when I say I'm building that eye socket shape, what am I doing? I'm doing the same thing we're doing in buildings. I'm going from the big shape down to the smaller shape, correct?
Oh, yeah, yeah.
So I'm not jumping in into details. That eye sits in a big shape. It's the eye socket, right? And then here. A little too much right there. Okay, does that make sense?
Yes.
Then we want to age him up. Drop his neck a little bit. Stuff around his eyes, get him a little older. Bring that jowl down a little bit. And see how he starts getting older? All we did is you bring this, what I always tell people about this, the main things if you want to age somebody up, and show a little of the cheek mass on the other side now. This will probably be a little heavier. And he gets aged up, right?
Right.
A little bit of business around the eyes. The neck goes from being this nice, here's a side view of the head. And here's you guys' necks in here, right? And then here's me. Neck not nice and tight like that no more. Now it's starting to go like that, right? As you get older. And then, like I said, a little bit of business around the eyes. And then as you get older, this line, this laugh line, when you're young, you don't even hardly have one, keeps creeping down and keeps creeping down until it meets here and starts creating that jowl. Does that make sense? Yeah?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
We'll go over that more later. But the reason I also say that is that if you're doing, let me switch cameras. If you're doing, you know, aging somebody up, what a lot of people will start to do is they'll start putting wrinkles all over everybody. And it's like, that doesn't work. You know what I mean? I mean, yes, you get more wrinkles and all that kind of thing, but it's really about gravity kind of pulling, you know, this going from being tight to more like here. This laugh line will, you know, maybe get to your 30s, it's down to here or whatever. And then it goes down. And then you see those people start to get older and they get that little ventriloquist dummy bottom of their mouth right here with that hard line right there. And then it goes down here and you get that bump. And that's your, you know, that's that same line kind of carrying down, right? So if you do those three things on a person, immediately ages them in a more believable way. You know, like The Simpsons always does this graphic language. I mean, they're aware of it, obviously. But where they just put a whole bunch of lines all over the older characters in that show. But it's kind of a visual gag in a weird way. I mean, they, you know, obviously it was a stylistic decision. But they also do the other stuff too. Okay, so you could do that here. So if you did it here, you can get a little of that on there. You see that?
Your screen isn't sharing.
Sorry. I just said I was not going to do that anymore. Okay. You can see my screen, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So here, let me go back. So I just did the same thing I did with the pencil. take a little tone, throw it in here, take my smudge tool, and just knock it way down.
Okay.
Which is the same thing I just did by smudging it, right?
Right.
Now, see, it ages them up just a hair. So here, hang on. Okay, if you're gonna do like a hatched thing like that, like here's
All
this.
I had was a pen.
Oh, it's a pen. Okay, good.
Yeah, all I had was a pen. I left my pencils at home, and I was so
One
upset.
thing, and I'll show you today. I'll try and show you today. I think I have one here. I'll show you another way you can do this same idea with a pen.
Okay.
Okay. But here's his neck, right? And here's the shadow, right? Make sure that you keep these just nice and clean and sort of evenly spaced. Okay.
Okay.
Don't let them get sort of like these three are this, and then this one's the, you know, and you can have some variation in there, but you want it to be really nice. Just clean simplicity, right? Same thing under here.
Like each line being intentional.
Yeah.
Okay.
You want, yeah, and I'd probably darken this bill a little bit to pull it forward over his head.
Oh, yeah.
One thing that I do a lot, and this is just something I do a lot, you don't have to do it. I'll put like a shadow value in here. If they're wearing a hat. It just gives it some form. You know what I mean? And even if it's not there, depending on the light, I can kind of make it up. And it also masses the whole top part of the head in. Okay. Right? So I got a big mass there. And it just gives it a little bit of dimension. And then also here, that's a little too hard a line right there. See, the reason I did that, by the way, is because I didn't turn my board so I can get at it easier, right? And then might hit that a little hard. Now, I tend to like on this ear, that's something hanging over in front of something else. You know, you have that little curl, right? Sometimes I'll hit that a little harder to pull it forward and separate it. Okay.
So like in that curve of the ear.
Yeah, it's that this part that lips over.
Okay.
Here, I probably would have gave more of an edge to these. Part of the reason we do that foliage thing where we turn it with the leaves is it sort of gives it a transition, more or less, right? From the light to the dark.
Right.
It's the same thing you see it with life drawings, where they'll have that sort of core shadow delineating the dark side from the light side, and then they'll sort of just sweep in a tone on one side, and then it breaks on that core shadow. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Right. Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
It's a graphic device to show to transition something. Okay, so when you go, otherwise you just have light, hard line, or dark, hard line, light, right? Which doesn't look good. It has to have some sort of transition into the shadow or into the light or whatever, however you want to look at it, right? So one of the ways to do it is that way in life drawing, right? But the reason you life draw is so then you can take that idea and go, oh, I'm doing the same idea here, right there, is that I'm using a different technique, but it's the same idea, right? I gotta have something here that transitions into here. Right. Right. Also, and it probably was straight. A lot of times I'll just at least subtly curve these a little bit. That trunk. Right. Because it just
more organic.
And if I've got a lot of trees and stuff, then I might put one in, and I might put one straight in, but it's a little just slightly more dynamic if it's, a little. And then if they're the big dramatic ones, you get lucky and they're, very curved over, right? Now here is this one. This one's before this one, right?
Yeah, that one. The
So you're
smaller
getting
ones
warmed
first.
up here. So if you just come in here and structure up a couple of things, I'm going to say the lights up here. Like this line here. Okay, so here's a good example of this. This line here is in front of this object, correct?
Correct.
So, but this object here, according to where my light is getting hit by light. So you would think I'd leave that line light, right?
Right.
But I'm going to go and hit that a little bit, even though it's not really delineating light, because now see how it pops it in front of that?
Mm-hmm.
So it's a separation thing again. So then I'm going to pull this out a little bit. And I like to take these kind of drawings because they're a little bit wonky still, and just go, you don't have to hardly do anything to finish this. This is in front of this. And I'm basically going through, don't do these right here, these squiggles. What does that mean?
Nothing.
What?
It means just nothing. It's
No,
empty space.
that doesn't describe something,
Mm-hmm.
right?
Right. I think I was getting frustrated with it, which is why I moved to like the bigger boat.
Well, like, is this like that? Is that a window or like plastic sheeting or whatever they put on them?
Yeah, it was that plastic sheeting that had like crinkles in it, I think.
Yeah, yeah.
And I didn't know how to.
I mean,
like,
you probably could just go in here and put in some like vague shapes inside there that you probably would have saw.
Okay.
And keep them very silhouette-y, and then put this line over that harder. You know what I mean? And it would have started to imply something sitting behind that, and then maybe you could, maybe put a little bit of, I'd have to see what it was, tone on it, just to sort of show something reflecting into it. And that's probably all you'd need.
Mm.
The main thing with that kind of thing is squint down and look at the shapes.
Okay.
Squint down and go, what are the shapes here? Just abstract it, okay? What's this right here?
Oh, it was like a canoe that was inside the boat.
So you got to describe that. That's a tricky one. You got to describe that thing a little more. And then here, and then this would have a little bit of depth to it probably. See these marks now, this should have just been real simple. Real simple.
Hey, Mike, I have a question about hatching lines.
Yeah.
What do you think through when you're determining the direction of the line? Like, do you try to make them all the same direction, or do you vary it up a little bit?
I usually will follow the planes, right?
Okay.
So if you're talking about here, this is kind of going down this direction, this direction. So it's like the thing I always say with a hair, and I'll show you a good example of this. Those old Gibson girls, they'd always have this big curly hair or whatever that's called. And then he would always light it like that. And then a little core shadow. And he'd light all the hair like that. So what am I doing? I'm just following the form, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And then you can go, again, I'm not turning my board, which is stupid. And then he would do the same thing. Hang on. Oops. Hang on. And then he'd kind of do the same thing with the face. Under the nose might go like that. And then this cheek would sort of follow that way. And then like when he put the neck in there, a lot of times he'd kind of follow that form around for the shadow. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does.
And then sometimes it's just a design decision where I go, it's going to look cool if I go like this, you know. You know, maybe I might go, that'll look cool. You know what I mean? So sometimes it's just like, it looks cool. If it's mechanical, you know, like this plane here, I mean, I'm basically here. I'm just following the form here, right?
Mm-hmm. For background elements that are farther off, where we're not having a lot of, we're just kind of almost having a silhouette, would you just kind of keep that a consistent direction? Like if you have a tree that's like really far away in the background, behind the main interest of the scene.
I have a tree in the background. There's a couple ways I could do it. I could kind of, if it's like let's say it's pine trees way back there, here on the ocean.
It's an island.
Oh, with pine trees? I guess that exists somewhere, right?
Yeah, yeah. Maybe it's a lake. It's like a Lake Tahoe or something.
That's a better idea.
Mm.
And I might just put some hatch lines like that and let them fade off at the bottom. And it just gives it a nice, I don't have to describe the bottom. It kind of starts to imply like, if I do a bunch of these trees and do this, it'll start to imply a little mist on the ground. But yeah, I'd just keep it consistent like that, and I'd just mass them together. And, you know, I'd have another one here. Maybe this one gets even lighter lines, so it's stepping behind the other one. And, you know, maybe over here, there's an old telephone pole. And some birds. Like that, right?
Yeah, that's helpful.
Here's the shore. Here's the people on the beach. It's a beach ball, maybe. And maybe there's an oak back there. And I just keep building like a little silhouette back there, right?
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, if it's in the background like that and it's a silhouette, it's not the star, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I want to cast this correctly. It's like, what's my star? Okay, let's say it's the boat. I'm going to really punch that, and then everything else is sort of, that's the way you see, by the way, when you look at somebody or something, everything else basically drops off out of that thing you're focused on. You know what I mean? If you notice, like you know what it is. Like I know there's a mic here and all this stuff, but I couldn't draw it from what I'm seeing here. All I'm seeing, I just kind of know vaguely that it's that shape. Does that make sense? Mm-hmm. So everything drops off after that. So you always want to be kind of controlling that a little bit, whether you're controlling it with contrast. I like to really punch the line and let everything sort of fall off. Stuff in the background, especially with pencil. Like if I'm doing this with pencil, I'm not even going to put a line around it. I'm just going to dance it in with like some real nice clean tone. So it's just strictly silhouette and I lose the line altogether. And then it's going to push it way back there. Does that make sense? Mm-hmm. And then I'm going to be thinking like, okay, now I got this big silhouette of trees back there, which is perfect because my boat's white. So now I got this big band of dark really popping my white forward, my light colored values forward, right? Mm-hmm. And then, you know, so on and on and on. Then I got to find a way to come up with a graphic solution for this boat reflection. I have to think of something for that. Also, when things reflect in the water, lighter things reflect a little darker and darker things reflect a little lighter. No idea why that is. It's just one of those weird physics things, I guess. Okay. All right, but you notice we didn't do much to this boat, correct? So my point is I'm not usually ever doing a whole lot of anything to this. This one here, oops. This one's at that stage now where it'd be really nice to come in here and kind of punch a few things. What's this right here?
That's like into the cabin.
Okay, so then I should have had like
gallery.
maybe a line that goes this way. Right?
Okay.
Because it has to step down, right?
Mm-mm. No, it just was into the gallery,
We'll just go straight
like
back.
the kitchen area. So you just straight back, yeah.
I see what you're saying. Okay, so then let's see if we can do, maybe then it'd be here.
Yeah.
And then again, I think I would kind of, that's probably fine.
Because like from where I was sitting, it was kind of like I couldn't really see into, so like dark shape.
Yeah.
Okay.
You also could have gone in there with like a brush pin and just put a big dark shape in it, you know?
If I had my pens, ugh, I was so upset. And I just dug out this ink pen from my dad's like console, like in his truck. And like, thank the Lord, he has something.
Always, how'd you not have anything?
Like I brought it with me, and because I was trying to turn in all my sheets for last Saturday on like that Friday morning before we shipped out.
Yeah.
So like I brought it with me to my parents' house, and I'm like, okay, oh wait, I need to put like my name on them and stuff like that. And I left my pencil pouch by my laptop in the living room.
Okay, like these, I know that there's a little more information on these kind of things, usually.
Yeah. I just didn't know how to read them. I'm like,
and there's also a lot of this kind of thing usually on these boats, which are like, I guess they're like radar-y kind of things and stuff like
that. The sonar
and all that. They'll have things like that look like that, maybe a smaller one. And I love those things because they're just pure shape. Sometimes they'll have something popping out of them like that. And they'll have like other little random technology. Might have a flag. Always looking for diagonals. Usually you'll get some on a boat. You know, and then these things, again, they might have a little more information. Oh, those are the fishing poles, right?
Those are the gaffs, like the bamboo gaffs that were on the boat.
That is.
Huh?
I don't even know what that is.
It's like the giant hooks where they can like pull up the fish onto the boat.
So that's why I can't go fishing, man. It's just, I can't do that.
It's only if they're too big and you can't pull it up yourself.
The idea of like, okay, so think about this. You're sitting here, you're sketching your sketchbook. All of a sudden, the big hamburger comes down. Right? And you're like, wow. And you
eat.
You got a bit of cooking, and all of a sudden, something yanks you up through the roof, and all of a sudden, you're like, what the hell? It's just like,
yeah.
Man, you know?
It's only my second time fishing with my dad and like his buddies, so I'm like,
and I try not to get all like tree huggery about it. You know what I mean? Because people go, well, you eat fish. I go, I know, I get it.
Yeah.
But it's like, I just don't want to go out and kill something. I just don't want to do that, you know? Like, it's super weird to me. Like, people go out hunting and stuff. It's like,
yeah, I couldn't go hunting.
Why would you want to do that? Like, we just had a bear over here. I go, why would you want to shoot that? It's a beautiful thing. Like, why would you do that? Go shoot it with a camera. You know what I mean? I think I don't understand that. Go shoot it with a camera, and with a really bitchin' camera, and get really good at it, and then go have it blown up like life size and hang that on your wall. You know what I mean?
Definitely.
Okay, so sort of the same idea here, right?
Yeah, that's the boat next to it. And I can't draw seagulls. That's just
and
one
also,
thing I can't do.
This is like Viscomi stuff, and I might have pulled this up before, but when I was talking about like how you think graphically when you're drawing to make your drawings interesting. Hang on. I used to have this book. I must have loaned it to a student. They never gave it back. This always takes a long time to load. Hang on. Okay, so this is a very Viscomi style, but I also like pointing out the difference, okay? But what Norm was actually one of the few guys who was an industrial designer, but he could draw pretty organically. But like if you look at the way this drawing style, it's very like technical. Does that make sense? Okay, that's Viscom. Okay, that's used to hyper describe things and communicate stuff visually. Okay, in his case, product. So he designed everything from sunglasses to humidors, right? But what I like about his stuff is his graphic, like this, how he turns all these things almost into a framing device for his drawings. Does that make sense? It's something you should really think about, because what that is it's sort of, I mean, it's a bunch of different things. It makes the drawing more interesting. It makes the drawing more visually punchy. It makes it communicate really good. It organizes information, okay? A lot of information.
Wow.
So look at this. All this is look at this back here. So what we were just talking about. Look at this right there.
Mm-hmm.
That hill right there. That's how you do it, right? And then look how simple these trees are. You know, he put a little more information on these, but he's also, he's going, here's my big subject. This is what I want you looking at. And then you kind of go, boom, to those trees, bing to those trees, right? Because you're going, huh? And then look how simplified all this information is on the surface. And also look what it's doing. I think we talked about this. This pattern on this thing, or feathers or whatever, are following the form, right? Yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And then back here, he's back to just straight, you know, and then look, he's shifted planes right here with this little water thing or whatever it is. But look, he shifted the ground plane. He shifted and followed the ground plane. Why did he do that? It's telling me what's going on. It's telling me those hills back there are vertical, and now I'm looking at the ground plane. Boom, it's on the ground plane. He's using all those things to describe the planes, right? It's not just on a face. This is an environment, right? He's using these really black marks here. This one's, you know, where it turns. So this little thing's going, boop, and this is going out of the light over here, right? And then he's putting these big black marks behind it. What does that do? It pushes the one in front of it and pushes this behind it. So it's very subtle, simple ways of showing depth, right? And then look how fat that line is right there to separates from this information back here, which probably was a little overly complicated before he put that line in, right? Does that all make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
And then look at this right there. They go back to the hatching right there, right? On and on. Okay. This class actually is probably more or less Norm's class, the model for what this class became. This one's different now, but it's based on, you know, always going on field trips, always drawing from life. And in his case, we had to draw with pen. We weren't allowed to ghost pencil or anything. So look at this one. So he used that as a border and then negative shaped out the plant elements. Right? That's a cool little trick, right? Steal it. He didn't invent it. There's another one.
That's great.
Look at all this information. He's really just describing the surface form here more than anything. Look at that. I was with him on some of these because I remember the ones that are 97. I think that's the day we were at the zoo. See, visual diary.
Oh, nice.
We were at the zoo on that day, huh?
That skeleton and the penguin.
Oh yeah, you love that kind of stuff.
I love that.
Look at. Not very many Viscom guys draw this organically, by the way. But you can see the value of it, how clear it is, right?
Right.
Yeah, and here's your.
I want this book now.
It's a really cool book. It's expensive because it's on Blurb, but it's really good.
Really?
Norm was like, he was great. He was a really amazing teacher.
Mm.
And just an amazingly talented guy, you know, and nice. He was nice. Which also had an effect on me. At Art Center, getting the crap kicked out of you all the time. Then you get this guy who's this good, and everyone wants to be in his class, and all the hot shots are in there. And he could have been another art center hard ass, and he wasn't. You know, he was cool. He was kind. Everybody doesn't have, there's a lot of guys that go into art center to teach when they're young. And they go, oh, I'm going to be an art center hard ass, you know, because that's what they went through. And it's like, dude,
No.
it's not you. You know what I mean? It's like, that's Bern Hogarth. He can do that. Roland Young can do that. There's certain people there that can do that. But it's like, it doesn't mean that you try to do that. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Like Roland was a total hard ass, but I learned a lot from that guy. You know, he's terrified me. He absolutely terrified me, that guy. And but man, did I learn a lot of stuff from him. Man, you do not want to put up crappy work in that dude's class, man, or he would just tear your head off. You know? And it makes you go, it makes you start to learn that habit, you know, like don't put crappy stuff up on the wall. Work hard. You know what I mean? Because you do not want that guy tearing your head off. You know, you get tired of it, man. You're like, no, now I'm going to start upping my game here and get this dude off my back, you know? And then if you got a compliment out of him, it was just a huge thing. So here's another skeleton kind of thing. So usually what we do, which would have been great for Brianna, we usually go to the Natural History Museum and do all those dinosaur bones and all that kind of stuff.
I know, I'm so upset.
We'll go next time.
Yeah.
You know what? Everybody who's in this class, as soon as this class goes back into the classroom, you can go on every field trip. I don't care. Okay?
Okay.
Awesome. Would love it.
I'm looking forward to it.
I actually want you guys to do that. That way it's like, okay, we went through all these principles. Now let's go do it from the real deal.
Thank you.
Okay, so look at this one. Look at that little background craziness, right? In the branch.
Like it looks like a thumbnail for like a painting.
Yeah. Well, Norm didn't paint, I don't think.
Really? Okay.
Well, he's an industrial designer, man.
Oh, okay.
He designed product. Look at there. This is a really good little insight into blocking, correct? Like that's
Right.
what you do. You put in these big shapes first, and then look at the shadows following the ground plane. You see that?
Yeah. Okay.
And then this is a treasure trove of all these different, these are all very Viscom-y techniques, but I always love this stuff. You know, like here, he's just choosing to block that whole thing in with one hatch, right? So you're living between design decisions, like this kind of hatch line is going to look really cool, and it'll still describe it fine, to, okay, I want to get really informative here, like some of these are. And then so he's sort of living between this graphic language and this very descriptive language. Does that make sense?
Yes.
And you can incorporate all this stuff into like more illustrative drawings. Okay, so you guys understand what I mean between the difference between Viscom and illustrative drawing, correct? Okay, because this is Viscom, okay? And this is very good to know if you're doing product, if you're doing entertainment. Okay, so this is what I always say too about this. This is the headwaters for entertainment design. Okay, does that make sense?
The headwaters what do
For
you mean by that?
entertainment design is actually industrial design.
Okay.
Okay, people don't realize that. So when they go in now, because they'll go in and go, I want to do entertainment. And like when I was at Art Center, they had entertainment classes, but they were basically an extension of the product, an industrial design program. Okay, so you were taking Viscom, you were taking these classes. Like, you know, Viscom is a product class. It's an industrial design class, right? That's the headwaters of it. So when people go into it from just entertainment design centric thinking, it's like, okay, here's what you're doing. You're going to learn this language, which is great for certain things, but then you're going to draw, because most people don't draw this organically who learn this way. You're always going to be limited to sort of hard edge things like planes and vehicles and weapons and all that kind of stuff. Because when they go, hey man, knock out a couple of characters, you're going to fall apart, because most product designers fall apart when it comes to anything organic usually, right? They have a visual language to describe those things, but it doesn't. So what they're not realizing when you go straight up just into that entertainment stuff, you're going to come out with like a skill set that's so narrow focused on something, which I just never wanted to do. Now, if you want to do that, that's fine. Okay. But just be aware of it. Okay. That a lot of those people, if somebody comes to them and goes, hey, can you do a painting for the book cover? It's going to look all Viscom-y, which doesn't make sense for a book cover. Does that make sense? You want to get all John Singer Sargent on a book cover, not, industrial design. Okay. So look, he's describing all this stuff. Like this, I was with him this day. I remember him doing this drawing. And this one's really just about descriptive. Look at all these surface lines he put right here. Put that little shadow over the eye. I remember him doing that because there's a bunch of guys in class who were like, man, that's cool. They were looking at it,
What bird is that?
This one here?
Yeah.
I don't know if that's made up or if it's...
It looks made up.
Yeah, it kind of looks made up to me. So he might have been
like a dragon.
Yeah, he might have been like, we might have been at like the Natural History Museum and there was some stuffed bird there and he kind of turned it into this maybe. Might have been something like that. I remember him doing stuff like that. Huh?
Oh, no, I said, yeah, maybe. You're
probably so here's right. Another big graphic idea, this radiating chalk line, right?
Right.
Look how it pops that, right? And I'll show you guys this little shading technique he's doing here. I'll show you that. And this sort of shading technique. So look at this one. That cool planet behind it and all that.
Yeah, the composition is fantastic.
Yeah, I mean, and this is what you really want to be thinking about. And the reason I'm bringing this up is these pages look nice, right? Like I remember going through this dude's sketchbook when I was at Art Center and going, what? You know what I mean? I could take a class with you?
Oh, I kill, man.
And just these endless graphic solutions. Look at this one. That water ripple.
Oh, that's great. That's beautiful.
Look at that.
With the shadow, too. It's so wild.
Every technique in here I'll show you. Okay? Look at these weird solutions on the trunk right here.
Is he using watercolor?
No. Here he's using it's marker.
Okay.
So, sometimes you'll bring like, I still do this. I'll bring like something like that. Usually I carry two or three gray markers, usually two, when I'm doing tone paper stuff. And then you can you'll see as we move in here. Look at this shadow. Look at this one, the shadow getting cast onto this thing. And by the way, what's cool about this, you can preview this whole book on here. It's unblurred. It's called A Draw Is to See, and you can just go through it. I remember him doing this one. This one was actually done from a, there was like at the Natural History Museum, there was like a, those like plates or whatever they put up to describe like this thing used to eat boats or whatever. And that's what that's from. I remember that.
Yeah, I probably couldn't get the fish to pose like that.
I don't remember what it was. I just remember him doing it from the poster sign thing or whatever it was. It's another simple technique. Look at what's the main thing you look at though. This dude is like punches the shit out of his line, right? I mean, that's probably like a Sharpie right there. And then what I like is this stuff. This is the block in, the basic shapes that he started with. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. So if he's using only pen, how's he getting that smudging on the previous page?
That's pen, and I'll show you. That's pen and pencil.
Oh, okay.
And it's like you gotta, I'll show you. Don't let me forget, I'll show you. I'll show you. I remember him doing this one.
See, like breaking through the ice right there? That looks pretty cool.
Looks like jumping back in the water.
I like water. Yeah. How long would these take him?
10 minutes.
Oh,
I don't know. 15 minutes.
So
I mean, that part, like, that doesn't, I mean, at the time that blew my mind. Now it doesn't, because I can draw a person in like a minute. You know what I mean?
Right.
Teach us.
Teach us your ways.
That's what I'm doing. If you like any of this stuff in here, I'm going to show you every technique in here. Okay?
Thank you.
But I'm going to show you a lot further down the line, because like Norm he couldn't draw people like me or anything like that. You know what I mean? And he's, to me, he's kind of the king of this style. You know what I mean? this Viscom stuff. And I think there's just a lot of great drawing information in here, period. And especially as to clarity. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Look at this. So look at this one. See how there's a heavy line here, and then if you look at it, it goes around. It's a containment line around basically the whole form. Does that make sense? So that really pops it off the page, okay? Same thing here. Look at this containment line. Now, what's interesting about all these techniques is like, okay, so here's what I see happening. Because a lot of entertainment people sort of draw like this, so then a lot of younger people, who want to get into it, they're all enamored of this style, and I get it. But then they go start copying this style. Like there's somebody at our school right now who's doing this. And he learned the white containment line deal somewhere. He saw it somewhere. And I get it. It looks cool when you put it on there. But then I'm looking at all his drawings and I'm going, now all your drawings are going super flat because the interior is being overwhelmed by that white line because it's a big fat white line. You know what I mean? And I go, now all my eye goes to is that white outline. And I don't even care about the drawing. You know what I mean? And the drawing's going, all this white outline stuff is highlighting how much non-form you don't have in there, in that drawing. It's actually highlighting the bad parts of your drawing. Does that make sense? And then also when to use which of these techniques. Like you don't just go, oh, I like the containment lines. Now I'm gonna start containment lining every single drawing I do. No, you gotta know when to use these things. Does that make sense? Don't get all enamored of some little technique. I mean, sure, go have fun with it. But don't get all enamored of some little technique and then go, I'm just gonna do this all the time on everything. Because then it just becomes gimmicky. You know what I mean? And you don't know why you're doing it. Like you gotta know why you're doing these things.
Right.
Okay? Because that's going to help you control the visual clarity of whatever it is you're doing. Man, I'm so pissed I got to go find another contractor. Okay, so this one right here, by the way, no, that's not it. But like even this one right here is starting to get almost like mechanical, right? And by the way, it's fun. That's why I like going to March Field, because then we shift into drawing all this hard geometry, mechanical stuff. That's just, I love shifting into that thinking. It always takes me about an hour or two to get back into it. But then everything's about clean lines and all that kind of stuff. And like, I always use pen there, probably because Norm took me there the first time. And it's just fun to get into a real inky pen and just get these really punchy drawings. You know what I mean? Here's this cross-hatch little, this is a graphic pattern. See it? That's just filling stuff, giving it a little bit of texture. There's your basic block. See, here's that white outline thing. See, it looks cool there, right? Here's that white outline thing. And then look how he did this little indentations on these, brought it down, carries it into here, whoop, and then part of the background and back into here, and organics. I used to do this all the time, that one. There's the, it's not, but there's where they probably got the inspiration for that vehicle in the Matrix.
Oh, yeah.
I was just thinking that.
So it's so weird teaching these classes. I like to go, I think I talked about this. Yeah, I probably did talk about it in here. You go, you find something, you go, holy crap. I mean, there it is. You know what I mean? There's where they got that from, clearly, Like
the Queen Amidala, the last queen.
Yeah, just like that. And you look at it, you go, because it's fun to show people that who don't know that. And they go, wait a minute, what? And you're going, it comes from somewhere. You know what I mean?
They didn't just make it up. Yeah.
I mean, once in a while, somebody comes out of nowhere like Giger did, where it was just like, what in the hell? Where'd you come up with that? You know what I mean? All that biomechanical stuff. Yeah, but that guy's a warped guy. You know what I mean? He was a super warped dude. Look at this shadow. It's a little crosshatch pattern, right?
Right.
Here's that same technique she was just asking me about the, oh no, that's marker actually. Norm loved to draw fish for some reason. Then look at this ribbon. This right there, that's how you think of a fish. You think of it as a ribbon, right?
Mm.
I mean, there's a smoothness and a sharpness that's hard to get down, but once you have it, it's so organic and cool.
Smoothness to the what?
like a smoothness and sharpness to drawing fish, like that can be hard to get down.
I think that they're for me, I like drawing them because they're like, I don't know, they're sort of mechanical and they're sort of like really super fantastic. Some of them, you know, like just certain. There's so much sea life. It's like, you know, like cephalopods, like cuttlefish. And those things are like aliens, you know.
I was just thinking about that fish.
Which
the
one?
oarfish.
The oarfish, yeah.
Yeah.
So he must have made that up by looking at it because it's not in that position there.
I think it's upside down.
It is.
Oh,
because he turned his sketchbook to fit it in there.
Mm-hmm.
But again, one of the things I want you to start to looking at here is that his pages are laid out nicely, okay? And that, by the way, that'll start happening more organically as you go. Like, it's not like you sit down and you go, I want to make my pages look great. I did when I was taking his class, but now it just sort of happens. Or you go, oh, I've drawn those two fish over there, and this one's kind of coming down here. I need a shape up here. And then you look around and go, oh, that skull right there would be perfect. I'll pop that in here, you know? Then I'll put some, and I love type on drawings. I don't know why. I just love notes on them. So a lot of times I'm thinking of that as part of the drawing. Does that make sense? Like I go, oh, I'll leave that little space open. That's where my drawing or my writing will go, you know? Because I like to write too. I'm trying to find it's a nice one. That's probably at the Huntington Gardens, probably. But look at all this different stuff, you know, like this thing. This was probably at Huntington Gardens. They're probably selling them. So he draws it, and it's cool, you know? This is my point where it's like, there's stuff to draw everywhere, you know? Because I get people and they go, there's nothing to draw. And I go, that's on you, man. There's stuff to draw everywhere. Look at this one. Look at that. He put those hatch marks in it and then put a couple of little texture shapes in there. And look how that reads. Isn't that cool? This one's really cool. This is a great little graphic solution right here. That's the way you guys should be thinking, okay? Like, how do I break this down into interesting looking stuff, right? It flexes your creative muscles too, you know, at the same time. Plus you're designing on the spot. Look at this one. Look at that kind of negative shape that again. Just clean, simple hatching. Goes from this lighter down to this darker. So this is handling the same thing as that marker did on the other page. Only now he's doing it with just pen, okay? I remember him doing this one too. That wasn't doing that either. I think he was just laying there. So I remember coming up over his shoulder because I was like, man, because he'd always put everything in a dynamic, cool, you know, thing. Look at this.
Did he see the creature move before he would go and do that, or did he just kind of have enough experience with creatures? He just kind of made it up.
I think he did the same thing I do, which is I look at it. And I might do a couple sketches to get the mechanics of it down, like its shapes. And then I kind of then you can kind of jump off the cliff. Now he might have saw it move around, but I don't think it ever jumped around like that. So you just kind of, if you know how something's built, it makes, and you know, it's another reason why you're in your sketchbook all the time. When you start understanding, like I used to go to the dog park and sit there and just draw dogs, right? Which is super fun, by the way. And you know, and then so like if I'm drawing another animal, I mean animals for the most part are horizontal, right? So we're bipedal, we're vertical, right? And they're horizontal, okay? And like if you look at like a horse's back of a horse's leg, it has the same curve as the back of like a dog's leg, basically, and it's the back of a cat's leg, and a lot of them have that sort of similar anatomy and all that sort of thing. So once you kind of move things around, you're drawing a lot from life and you're used to drawing things in motion, it's not a big leap to go, okay, I know how to make this up. Does that make sense? Mm-hmm. It's what I say, like when you guys take animal drawing, I go, okay, that's good, but now come back to me and I'm going to show you how to actually use that and move them around. because it's really good to go down the rabbit hole learning all the anatomy. But then my next question is like, okay, now what? Because just learning the anatomy doesn't mean anything. It's good, it's great. But like if you just go, okay, now I know horse anatomy, it's like, okay, can you move a horse around? You know, that's where the trick comes in. And then you know, like, oh, when this one comes up, you know, it's probably, it bulges this way a little more and whatever, you know. But like I always say, you know, go look at David Coleman, who can move animals around in just about any kind of position. He can spin out 40 different takes on a hippo. So he took all that, and he went down that rabbit hole of animal drawing and all that stuff, but then he took it into the stratosphere. Does that make sense? He took all that knowledge and used it, okay? Because I'm never that impressed by anybody who's just like, okay, here's, I shouldn't say I'm not impressed, but, you know, they sort of create the system for that sort of thing. It's like, okay, well, when I look at your paintings, though, your wildlife paintings, they're not good. You know what I mean? And you don't know how to put animals in motion. You've memorized these systems, these muscle systems, but you never put them into motion. You know, you can't, you're still not moving animals around correctly. They look funky. And also your paintings look funky. They're like real mushy. And I was looking at that and going, you didn't take it from point A to point B. Does that make sense? David Coleman took it from point A to point B. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Like anything you're learning, you know, life drawing, which is great, that's something now that you need to go, like what we're doing now. That's what this class really is. It's like, let's put all this stuff together and start actually going places and making cool drawings. Because that's really what we all want to do. But to get there, you do need life drawing. You do need, you know, to study all these things, basic design, all that stuff. You know, but then, you know, at some point, you put it into service to something. Does that make sense? Or you become one of these people who's just like draws academic figure drawings forever. And it's like, okay, so what? You know what I mean?
Fine.
So what? I mean, it's fun, it's great, but it's like if that's all you do is just crank those things out, and then you take those people to a coffee shop, and they can't draw people in a coffee shop. Everything's stiff, everything looks academic, because that's all they do is this academic stuff all the time. And you're like, okay, you know what I mean? Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
You got to put it in service to something. Whatever it is you want to do. Just a good one. Where'd it go? That's a nice one. I don't know why, but I love this drawing. Right? It's another one of those drawings where I just go, I love that it's just like, he's probably sitting on the porch and he drew the pumpkins. I don't know why I love that so much. You know what I mean?
The simplicity, you know, it's just the reference of the shadow, the texture, the color.
Yeah. And it's also the idea, I think, for me, where I was just like, that's what I want to do. I want to be able to do that. And also the idea that like anywhere you go, and I'm still like this, anywhere you go with a sketchbook, you have a sketchbook, everything's fun. You know what I mean? Like you might even sitting there waiting for the kids or something at school or who knows what. And you just go whip out the sketchbook and everything's fun. Like I'm never bored. I'm never bored. You like to draw bugs too, but I think a lot of Viscom people love to draw bugs. There you go, Brianna. Cutaway. I don't remember those. That's weird. Cutaway. Back into mechanics, organics, mechanics. I think that's a zoo overview right here. Now you can see where the entertainment design kind of thing comes in there. Can you see that? Because entertainment design, anytime you're designing something like that, they want clarity in that because everybody needs to get on board with what you're talking about because somebody's going to sink millions of dollars into it. Does that make sense? So this clarity of design is really important, okay? I love this one. This one. That's the Arboretum. I always like this one. I think that was for Universal Studios. Love this one. And here's a good example of this. Look, light shape up here with this nice dark interior really separates it, right? Some more silhouetted backgrounds right here. This one's got a little scribble in it. Oh, this is the, look how he did the smoke like a ribbon right there. Apparently he didn't like this drawing, I guess.
Maybe it wasn't his.
It says Kian did this design. I don't know what that means.
And it says
Might be
thanks,
his
Kian.
kid.
It seems like his kid scribbled on it.
Oh, okay. I never even
Yeah,
thought
that's
of
what
that.
it looks like.
'Cause I'm
He
looking-
wrote thanks, Kian.
I'm looking
above
at
it.
I'm looking at the drawing underneath. I'm like, why would he not like that drawing? It looks like a cool drawing. So yeah, that's probably it.
Aw.
Yeah, there it is.
Ian didn't like the drawing.
Or
He's like, I want to
yeah,
draw too.
And that to draw is to see thing on here is like absolutely true. It's seen. That's what it is. Okay.
yeah. I heard that story about that guy
I'll link that.
who he lost the use of his hands, but he was an artist, so he could use. He learned to use his feet, and
Yeah.
so much of his skill is retained because it's all about seeing and the mind, and he just had to get the dexterity down with his feet.
Yeah,
It wasn't as good as hands, but
There was a guy, and I can't remember if I think he lost his arms or something. And he learned to draw or paint. I think it was draw, like with his teeth or something. I can't remember how he did it. I don't remember. But it was super like, and they were cool drawings. I think they were like really cool because I was like going, wow, that's amazing, And then I sent it to all the designers that worked for me. I sent that video of it, and I sent them all them, and I go, what's your excuse? You know what I mean? You're all complaining. Look at this guy, We all complain, and you look at somebody like that, and you go, I couldn't overcome that. I'd probably be destroyed. You know what I mean? But he like persevered, man, and he got good at it. Okay, so now we're going through the neighborhood, right? Brianna.
Sorry, my mic was off. Yeah, we're going through the neighborhood again.
Okay, so this
I
has
didn't
got to
care
get
for this
looser.
one.
This right here has got to get looser, correct?
Yeah, it was like a trimmed olive tree, and then the top part wasn't trimmed, so it was like all crazy, and I didn't know how to.
Okay, so looking at like what we just looked at with Norm,
Mm.
when you start looking at these things, also start thinking like graphic treatment like that, because a lot of times he's using that just to really describe things. Like he's really describing everything, right?
Right.
And then have some fun, because what you just told me, where you're going, okay, this was all trimmed and then this wasn't, then that gets me excited from a graphic perspective. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I
Like
really
that,
wanna
it
go
comes back to that gathering and dissipation idea where it's like this is all tight and it sort of dissipates up here. That's what excites me about that as an idea. Okay. Then I go, how can I show that? Well, I'm going to show this tighter weave down here on the bottom, or this tighter leaf stuff, texture, and then, get those individual shapes, and maybe I'll have them sort of break up in a way that's interesting, that is pleasing,
Okay. Yeah, I didn't.
Starting to get better here, but okay, remember, see how we're just ending right there?
Mm-hmm.
We need to get that little leaf shape transition, right?
Right.
This one's getting way better. That's starting to be interesting. This one's starting to be interesting. And by the way, with that little smudge thing, don't overdo that. Okay? The reason I used to never show that technique because I used to hate it, because people would overuse it. And they smudge like the whole drawing, and the whole thing's all smooth, and it just looks weird.
Yeah.
And it looks metallic, kind of. But if you use it in little drips and drabs here, it works pretty good. You know what I mean? Like the warmth on the nose, I always do that. 3-day beard stuff, all that stuff. And then, the way Norm's using it there, I'll show you guys, that's a different technique. And also, that's why you want to have smooth paper. If you start doing that on rougher paper, it's not going to work very good. And that's when it gets really not very pleasing look. You know what I mean? Because it gets grabbed into the things and starts to look more dirty than descriptive. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Same thing here. Start looking at how you're separating from the light to the dark. Yeah?
Yes. Okay.
Oh, that's a good one. Now be careful here. Is this later?
Well, it was like earlier, and I think it was like a good day for me.
No,
A better day.
I mean later in the chronology of these drawings.
No, this was the 14th. The other recent ones were later.
Probably darken that line up a little bit. See how it pulls forward? Probably here. Shoot, there was something else I was going to say. Oh, when you're doing this roof, it's not bad to pop a couple out like that. Let them sit back a little bit. You know, and you can hit one a little harder here and there, but don't sort of box them in like that, right?
Right.
Just, you know, what I usually do is, again, it's that gathering dissipation idea. You know, I'll put them around. I might have a drawing of something like this. Hang on. And then, you know, somewhere, some people do it where the light rakes across it. I usually just pick a spot. And I'll sort of go emphasize these a little bit. And then as it goes out here, it just starts to drop off. Okay? I think I have a drawing of that. I think. Okay, hang on, it should be here. This one you can tell, it's just indications of this texture on this on the roof, right?
Right. Okay.
That comes into the here, gets a little heavier here, dark shape in the foreground. Very little indication of foliage, but there's a lot of foliage, right?
Right.
This used to be a really good coffee shop. Now it's a beer place.
Where is that?
Lake Arrowhead.
Mm.
There's a really good spot right there. But I used to be able to go to this coffee shop and sit right there, and you know you can see the lake and everything right there because the docks are right here. I really liked it. It was all warm and fuzzy, and they had like hot cider in the winter and all that. You know, it'd be snowy outside, and you could sit there and forever and just sit there and draw and drink coffee and stuff. But then it turned into a tap room now, which it's cool, but it's like I'm not going to sit in the tap room. And they're going to at some point go, "Come on, you should be buying more stuff," you know. Anyway, it was cool. There's more of this line idea, you guys. Right? So this, going this way, is starting to describe the shoulder. This, obviously the collar. This is starting to go over the arm. You know, starting to describe the hair, a few little hairs up here, so on and so forth, right?
Right.
Same idea. This is pin. This is at a jazz club. And then he had an iPad right here with the sheet music on it. So I had a light source to light him up. But very simple, right? Mm. By the way, get a dimmer book light, okay? I keep a dimmer book light on my sketch bag. So I can put this over because this is a dark room. It's a jazz club, right? And then I put that little dimmer and clip it up on top, and then I dim it down. So, no, you know, because I had a full blast book light, everybody get annoyed with me. And this thing is barely on, but it's just enough for me to see. Does that make sense? Yeah?
Yes.
Now I'm just going down a rabbit hole, you guys. Sorry. Rub out stuff.
Okay.
So just smearing this whole thing with graphite and then rubbing it back out, right?
Right.
Now, why do I do that? Because it's quick, right? I can get that whole scene very quickly. This is the one we're missing, the Natural History Museum, right? That's where I want to go. I love this place, man.
I can see that wishbone thing on the zebra.
Oh yeah, there it is, right there. That's right. You see it, right?
Yeah.
You always have to find that key. If you don't find the key, it's gonna look like a Dr. Seuss animal. You know? Look at the thing that pisses me off here is these are all like, this is, we usually go to Alvera Street.
It would be around this time, or no, in
We'd probably
October.
be going to the Natural History Museum right now.
Big sigh.
You know, dark
Oh,
night
wow.
view. That's over in downtown Riverside. Space Shuttle when it was going through LA.
Oh, you're there?
Yeah, I did a story on it for NPR.
That's so cool.
That's what started it, actually, was that. I actually wasn't doing that for NPR. I was just doing it for fun.
Huh.
And then it ended up being a story for NPR. And then I started becoming it was called Mike Sheen's Sketchbook. And every now and then I'd run an article and I'd go to political events and all kinds of stuff.
Dang.
Here's another interesting technique. So this is all pen, right? And I remember this. You can see it right here. Storm's coming through. I was stuck I couldn't get out of the house. It snowed. And I remember this is what I like too, is I remember everything. Anyway, so I was in the kitchen and I drew that tree just with that pen, right? And then I never used pastel, but for some reason I must have been sitting there or something. So I gave it that blue chalk background, right? And then I went in and I think I put a little bit in the tree. I don't remember. But then I took a paper towel and I got those paint markers.
Mm-hmm.
So if you can pump the nib in to get them inked up.
Yeah.
I pumped the nib onto a piece of paper, I think a paper plate. And so I had like a little pool of it. And then I wadded up a paper towel and I dipped it onto the thing to get the snow. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
And I love that stuff because it's like, this is the thing I was telling my other class yesterday. It's like, you got to know your materials. Then you know all this fun stuff you can do with them. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And I just remember I was just sitting there having fun doing that. That goes back to that norm thing. It's like, I'm sitting in the house. I should be bored. I'm not bored. I'm having a blast. You know what I mean? Doesn't take much for me. Okay. Let's see if there's anything else that's relevant. Same thing, laying in a pin. You can see here where it started on this leg right there. You see it?
Mm-hmm.
And then building hatch marks, kind of following the form. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah, it does.
Trying to find more pin. Oh, that's that same piano player. Different view, right? You know who that is, by the way? This is super weird. So I drew this guy. It's Marcus Berger. Do you know who Marcus Berger is? So anyway, when I came on to Fullerton, somebody was looking at my sketchbooks, and I used to go there every Thursday and draw and paint and stuff. And they go, that's Marcus Berger. And I go, yeah. And he goes, he works here. He's on the faculty over in the music department. Isn't that weird?
Oh, I do. Okay, I was wondering why that sounded familiar. One of my friends took his class.
See, and I like to have this little notation up here, right? I like to have it to remember what it was anyway, but I like to write on it. I don't know how to explain that. But I think it's a good thing to get in the habit of, and here's another one of those napkin doodles, right? That's a McDoodle. You can't go to McDonald's. God, man. I love going to McDonald's, grabbing a stack of these things and just drawing for hours. You know what I mean? All the crappy ones, I throw them away. It's liberating. Anyway, let's get back to your stuff.
I do that with flashcards.
Yeah, I don't know what that is, but, well, number one, it's like, it's so cool to me. It's like, you guys have mid-tone napkins. It's just so cool. And then I can go up there and I go, hey, can I get some napkins if they're not out? And they give you a stack of them like that. It's like ridiculously wasteful, right? And then I save them, but they give you a stack like that big. So you're sitting there just going, this is a great, all you need is a paint marker and a G2. Those two things work great on that.
Mm.
Okay, these are getting better. These are a little more Jackie-ish, right?
Yeah, I was like trying to see if I could
Just
see what she was doing with it.
Yeah, what she's doing is just light, leaf edge, dark, right? So all you're missing here is a little more of that leaf edge. Sorry, I'm drawing with my mouse. So.
Oh,
Oops.
oops.
Okay. All right. Does that make sense?
Yes, sir.
But good.
I will work on that.
Yeah, it's good.
Thank you. Oh, yeah.
Gotta go, 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 man.
Now I want to go find that olive tree again and have at it again.
Yeah. I don't know what it is, man. There's just nothing more fun than this stuff to me.
Mm-hmm. No, I just feel bad if I sit in front of a house too long.
Yeah, I usually find places where they don't notice me.
Mm-hmm. That's why I walk to a different part of my neighborhood.
Yeah. Or if you can find a park, you know, they got all those houses around the perimeter.
Yeah. Oh, true.
Where's Connie at? Is it Connie? Yeah, Connie. She here?
Hi.
Oh, there you are. Okay, what do you think?
I had fun.
Good. Is it starting to make sense?
Yeah, I think like in last 2 weeks, I was mostly trying. I mean, I was doing it wrong in that I was trying to like just do it, get it done quick, as opposed to like actually looking at it and trying to understand what I was looking at.
I think a lot of people do that because you get hung up on the speed part of it, right?
Yeah.
The speed will happen. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
The speed will happen. You don't need to. The techniques and stuff I'm giving you, you're just going to get faster and faster. It's just how it works. But so you don't really have to worry too much about that. But what you just said, like sitting down and really looking at something and really thinking about what you're doing, because the more you do it, eventually you won't be thinking about it that much anymore. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
These back here are really cool. These two here, right there. Yeah?
Yeah.
I think those are cool. This one's getting pretty cool too. Yeah, you're getting this. Yeah?
Yeah. I feel like I really like understand it more now than I did in the previous weeks.
Well, that's the goal, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like right here where it turns, I might just give that another little tick mark to sort of see how it turns it a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
That sort of, again, it's that sort of core thing. It's going here, and then as it bends, it can get a little core on there. Even if it didn't, I'll put it in there because you can see it gives it a little bit of volume, right?
Mm-hmm.
This guy back here, I might throw into silhouette. And then probably this one maybe, or at least like this maybe.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe give it like a little cast shadow from the leaf above it. Then you can go a little harder on that. They had to have a center thing there. Yeah, there it is. I'd probably emphasize that a little more. And then maybe here and there, I'd probably pop my line based on the, like right here for sure I would, because now I can separate it really good from that other leaf. Mm-hmm. See that?
So you can create more depth, right?
Yeah, I'm separating.
Okay.
So like you notice I don't really hit it here. I hit it here because then this is in front of this. So if I give it a little heavier line, hang on, this thing is really heavy. Hang on. If I give this a little pop, oops. It'll just put that in front of the background a little more. See that?
Mm-hmm.
Now you can also go maybe a little darker on this and get rid of the line altogether and have it just be a negative shape. Like Ted Kotsky. Oop. Hang on. I used to have this guy's book. It was awesome. I got to get it again. So this is interesting what he would do. Hang on. Look how much he's about silhouette. right? And even this, look at the branches right here. They're just negative shapes, right? Because he's got that nice little dark back there. Very chiseled side of the pencil, right? But he would really reduce things down in a really cool way. I need a bigger image. Oh, wait. Let's do this. Again, it's like, look at this. Look how he loses the line right there. See how he loses it? Because he's got all this beautiful silhouette back there. And then look how this tree just becomes a negative shape out of that tree. Right? And it's really interesting because you look at it and you go, God, it's really descriptive, but it's really actually weirdly abstracted. Does that make sense? It looks real, but it's when you look at it and tear it apart, you go, that's totally abstracted, okay? Because this tree is never going to be a pure white negative shape out of this dark shape, but boy, I believe it. You know what I mean? I totally believe it. And then look how dark this is and how it just pops in front of everything. And then that, again, that little chisel kind of thing, right? Look at the water. It's all chisel marks. And then look, I think we were talking about rocks in here last week, right? Look at his rocks. They're exactly what I was talking about. They're just big planes. Can you see that? And then look at this negative shape coming out into the water. I mean, this whole drawing is just negative and positive shapes. That's all it is. There's hardly even any line in it, right? And then look at his brick indication. Over here, it goes different. He goes negative on the line and positive on the bricks themselves. So he reversed it. I mean, on and on, okay? So these are all things that you guys can pull from, okay? This idea of graphic shapes and playing around with that, okay? It's what's gonna really start making your stuff sing, okay? If you start thinking of that stuff, okay? But I'm trying to show you a variety of them: line, hatching, negative shapes, all that stuff, okay? Interesting borders. I'm trying to find his trees. He does these really cool trees. Look at this one. Oh, look at this one. Look at that. That's good. And then look at this right here. I don't know who this is. I don't know if that's him or not. Yeah, it is. See, look how he's using the side of the pencil this way. And he shows the direction of that rock and then goes up this way and shows the direction of the rock. So he's really following this form right here. Okay? Right here. Right here. Variety of different textures here. On and on. Does that make sense? Okay. I got to find that book again. Think again. I think a student got it. Okay, these are great.
Thank you.
I really love this. Were you excited about this one? Because that's starting to look like cool and graphic-y and stuff, right?
Yeah.
Good. It looks like a page that felt good.
It did.
Okay, good. Okay, yeah, you're getting it. You're getting it. How long you been there? It's at Fullerton.
Since 2017.
What's the goal?
Entertainment arts.
Okay.
Like working either in features or animated TV.
What's the next step?
I'm taking Phil's portfolio class right now, so I'm trying to get that done, and then from there I can start hopefully applying to different studios and like job positions.
Yeah, Netflix has been hiring quite a bit. Yeah.
Yeah. I think it's because they're like, I think it's because like all the other studios are pulling back their own like IPs to start their own streaming services. So Netflix is starting to think like, okay, then let's invest money in our own like original products. And I think that's really good because it's making like a lot of different jobs for people in the industry.
I see it a little bit, and I'm not sure. I won't know until it gets a little further. There was a boom like this in the 90s after Disney started their 90s Renaissance thing. And all these people tried to get into the business. So like, I can't remember who it was, but they did a Final Fantasy movie, I think it was. And they built a whole studio for this thing, and they hyped it. And it's going to be this like action, 3D thing. And it totally bombed, and it dragged the whole studio down with it.
It was gorgeous, but the story just made no
weird,
sense.
Man. It was weird.
Yeah,
Like, it had Uncanny Valley like all over it.
Yep.
Like every time they looked at each other, it was like totally just kind of disturbing. But
yeah.
And also I was just looking at it going, this is a dumb movie. You know what I mean? It's just a big dumb movie. You know, whatever. I'm all for a big dumb movie, but I don't know why I just don't like that kind with the military guys and all this stuff. It's like, it's a cliche. You know what I mean? But and then not Sony, Fox built a studio in Arizona to do Anastasia, right? Staffed the whole thing up, put out this movie, bomb, boom, folded up tent, moved on, right? And there's probably a lot of other ones too that I'm not thinking of right now, but I'm curious to see if that's what's happening right now, because it's kind of a big deal, obviously. So Netflix, by the way, is known for throwing an insane amount of money at everything. And that is going to come home to roost, I would think, at some point. And I mean, they're throwing crazy money at stuff. So, and then also an upstart like that, like Netflix, they could, I don't know, a year from now, 2 years from now, whatever, go, this animation stuff's not really doing what we thought it was going to do. Screw it. Shut that whole thing down. I don't care. You know what I mean? And it's over. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So, and I don't know. I don't know what their plan is, because Netflix is very secret. It doesn't even matter what their plan is. The bottom line is if it doesn't do what they want it to do, then they'll just fold up stakes. It's like Disney's not going to ever do that, because it's their bread. It's what they do. You know what I mean? But these upstart ones always worry me after seeing what happened in the 90s, right? Even DreamWorks, to a certain extent, kind of did that. You know what I mean? It just got ran into the ground by Katzenberg. You know, that was business stuff. And most of their movies up until like Kung Fu Panda were pretty bad. Okay, at least I thought they were. Where's Courtney? Lee.
Hi, I'm here.
Oh, these are pretty good. Hang on a sec, you guys. Let me get a cup of coffee. I'm still like half dead. Give me a sec. I need to get a carafe in here.
Okay, so I have a question. When I uploaded my stuff, all I saw was, I think, Rihanna's stuff. Is that for everyone else, or oh?
It seems kind of weird that when it's trial and error. When I've tried to upload things onto that folder, that it would like disappear.
I take them out. That's why.
Okay.
Oh, okay. Okay, cool.
I've said that 100 times.
Hey, Mike.
Hmm?
I submitted my stuff last night, like early in the morning, probably like 2 a.m. or something like that. I didn't get home from work until like 1 a.m.
Huh?
Anyway, I uploaded it. Did you end up getting them or no?
For which class? This one?
For this one, yeah. I showed it to
the.
I clicked folder on the link in Zoom or in Canvas.
If you put them in the right folder, I should have them.
Yeah, I think so, but I have no idea. I just hope you did.
Okay. Who's that? Courtney.
Hi.
Sorry, I'm starving. I met with that stupid. Well, I was supposed to meet with that stupid contractor this morning, so I didn't get breakfast.
Oh.
So if I go into a diabetic coma, you guys know why. Okay, where are you at? Okay, what do you think?
I think I was getting more of a hang of it. I tried to use the tips that you gave me last weekend.
I'm chewing in the microphone. I just realized. Sorry. This one right here is cool.
Yeah, I like that palm tree. It was like a really it was really big and really wide, and it was less like a lot of the palm trees around my neighborhood look kind of like hairy, I guess.
Yeah.
But this one was more like the fronds are more full. So yeah, I like this one.
Good. I like the way you separated everything. You got everything separating pretty good, yeah?
Oh, thank you.
We're starting to get it here. It's getting a little lollipoppy, right?
Yeah, so that's why I put that note there, because it was topiary, and that they shaved the tree so it looks very like ball-like. I wasn't sure if I should change it or if I should draw it as I see it, but
that's up to you, that part.
Okay. Yeah.
But like it's all about, okay, so you already have this symmetry of this, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then this branch is split right evenly, so now you have symmetry there, and then this is almost straight up. So you have, it's all symmetry, right?
Oh, okay. Got you.
I might, I don't know, just move it just slightly maybe. And then have maybe a branch go this way. You know, so they're different.
Okay, so more organic.
Mm-hmm. And then, yeah, you could still do it, you know. What I'd say, though, is when you do that, if you're doing like a topiary, you got to really make sure the viewer knows it's a topiary. That makes sense?
How would you suggest to do that?
I might even go like really push the roundness a little more, so it's just like ridiculously obvious that it's been trimmed like that. I might unify a lot of it. I don't know. I'd have to play with it, actually. I might make the end leaves a little more uniform than I normally would. You kind of did here. I think I might just really move on the roundness of it, I think.
Oh, okay.
Because trees aren't usually that round. If it's like super round and then it's got a texture and all that.
Okay, got you.
Then you're going to start going, okay, it's a topiary thing.
Mm-hmm.
But usually when I know what you mean, but. Yeah, I think I would just do that. This is starting to get a little too much and not descriptive enough, this.
Okay.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Like you don't need it everywhere. You know, and like I said, I usually just find the pattern of it. You know, that's wonky, but it's not going to do that, by the way. A lot of times when they're facing you like this, sometimes they sort of put them at a weird angle like that.
I see.
Because they don't radiate out usually from where you kind of would think, because then they'd have to probably cut them, you know, to make that apex thing.
Okay.
So I'm assuming that's why they do it this way. And then it gets weird because when you draw it, sometimes you're like, that looks weird. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And then you have to kind of play with it to get it to. But a lot of times they'll put them at an angle,
Mm-hmm.
like a weird angle. Not on this, on a big, like on that. That's fine because they're just doing that, you know, and then they're just covering it. Okay. Starts to get a little too textural, more like, oh, this is a cool one. This one's starting to be cool. Be careful here. Like we're popping. I like that you're popping some out, but don't let them jump too far.
Okay.
On the shingles, right?
Okay.
That's the trick with that. You can't, everything you're doing, it's just like if you're doing a painting or whatever, and your values don't work. Like it goes from this to bang, screaming white or whatever, and you're like, wait a minute. It's the same thing with the line. Like it all has to balance with each other, right? You can't have one pop too far because then you're pushing the value too far, too fast, right?
Mm-hmm.
These are starting to be cool. I might have a couple, maybe something kind of break that edge a little bit.
Oh, okay.
See, that's too symmetrical. See what I just did? It's too symmetrical. Should be like here or something. Just to push that overlap a little bit.
Yeah, yeah.
And then this, you know, again, remember that this trunk is a cylinder. So this pattern is going to follow that cylinder. It has to wrap. And this is also going to kind of make me think about staying a little more uniform, or, you know, in my pattern that I'm doing.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so it has to wrap around. See, down here, it's starting to get lost a little bit.
Oh, I see.
And I don't have to show all of it, by the way. You know, it can start to, you know, I could bring it down here and then start to go, okay, I'm just going to give it sort of a, maybe a containment line thing to extend the idea down. You know, I might focus it here closer to the tree, you know, where this part's coming down or something, and let it kind of fade out down here.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you could do that because I don't usually draw all of everything.
Okay, got it.
Almost never, right? Yeah, and I like these too. Like you're doing this negative shape out. Oh, this is a good one. These are cool.
Oh, thank you.
Now give me some of this, I'm thinking, in this stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Okay, yeah.
Try not to think of things as like, I mean, I know sometimes like when we go to, like just said, when we go to March Field and I switch over to pen, I get into this mechanical line of thinking, but I'm always trying to think sort of as organic as I can so things don't look stiff and uptight, right?
Okay.
And like a house, it's no different. I mean, you can still draw a house that's not, you know, not too geometric and all that kind of stuff, right? And part of it is like loosening up on this stuff. On this stuff right here. You know, loosen up a little bit on it. You know, you have this coming down. Where's this at?
Just my neighborhood, Anaheim Hills.
Oh, Anaheim Hills.
Mm-hmm.
I think I asked you that last time. It's because it reminds me of Cerritos. These houses remind me of Cerritos.
Oh.
Now, this is a roll-up door, correct?
Yes.
So, did it have a window or anything in it?
This one did not. Some of the other.
I think I might just put those in there.
Okay.
Just to give it something. And then this. You know, I'm not going to get so uptight with it.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I'm going to come in here and spread them around. Spread them around. you know, and I'll gather them up somewhere. And then it's just a matter of going, okay, when does it look like enough? You know?
Okay.
And then get this a little more sort of thought through. So now, right now, if, you know, when it's one single line like that, sometimes it starts to feel too much like a string or something, right?
Oh, okay.
My girlfriend's on like a cleaning tear. It's annoying. So, you know, I might give them just a little more width.
Okay.
And just make them feel a little more, you know, uniform. And then that, if I give them a little whip, then I can come under here and pop a few of them.
Got it.
Lighting perspective, and it'll give them a little more weight.
Okay.
And then these, where these come out, I usually darken that. That's a little too much, but you get it. And then, yeah, and then it's all okay.
Okay.
These are what, brick?
I think so. I'm trying to remember. They might be.
Then I'd probably give them a little more, just a little more. You know, not much. Maybe some grass down here if it's, oh, they're on the sidewalk. My perspective is all funky on this. You know, I might even go, just give that a little shadow value where the lip is hanging over.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and then these I might punch a little bit so they'll pull forward. And this comes out, yeah. Okay. But, you know, we can loosen this up. You see, I'm just trying to loosen it all up a little bit.
Yeah, got you.
You know, and just how much do I need? You know, at some point it'll feel like it's got enough information.
Okay. Yeah, I'll try that. Thank you.
Okay, so let's go. Yeah, so just try and get a little more or a little less geometric. These are getting interesting. Have you done this plant thing before?
Which one?
Just drawing plants?
Not really.
Wow, these are good.
Thank you.
Just keep going with that. Yeah, and it's fun. You're doing some different things here. Like this is much, what do you call that? Spindlier. I don't know if that's a word I'm looking for. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Starting to work. Like this rhythm going on in here, starting to work on those bricks, right?
Okay, got you.
It's got a little bit of a rhythm to it that's kind of nice.
Mm-hmm.
I might have put some grass breaking this down here or something. And if it's a sidewalk, maybe I'd put these. Right?
Right.
And then maybe I'd go, there's an apartment building back here. You know, maybe this whole thing just becomes a silhouette. Back there, I could even go old school and put an antenna on it. TV antenna. Maybe something here. And then maybe back here just a silhouette of a palm tree or something. Maybe a couple of them. You guys hear that?
Yeah.
That's her telling me you didn't take the chairs out to the curb. That's what that is. Anyway, see what I'm doing? So I'm putting those little palm trees back there in silhouette. Can you guys hear that?
It's not louder than your voice.
That sounded vaguely insulting. Okay.
No, it was. No. I'm just saying you're Yeah, you know.
I'm just saying that your voice is really loud.
Stop yelling. Are you mad?
Stop yelling. All right. Does that make sense?
Yes, thank you.
And like here, you got a lot of opportunity. So what I think with a lot of these, you got a lot of opportunity to put, you know, like what I just did, you know, maybe there's just a little tree back here. I do this all the time, you know, and I could put a little bit of texture in it, or I could, you know, just make a silhouette back there. Maybe a little silhouette. I don't know, maybe some more foliage or something, you know, maybe back there again, maybe telephone pole, just whatever. But if you notice, if you give it a little silhouette, it sort of starts to complete the idea a little more, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Because what you're trying to do here, eventually, you know, so eventually we'll talk a little more about, you know, when we get to people, when you start putting these things together, then you start putting these things together with people, right? And then, you know, then you want to start going, okay, how do I vignette something? So, you know, I've got somebody sitting here. I'm not going to draw them, but somebody's sitting in a chair, and there's two people sitting in a crowded area, let's say, and somebody here leaning over, his hands on the table. Looks a little aggressive. Got a baseball hat on. You know, and then you go, okay, so now they're at a table. I got my people here. Put a pull fold in there. Every time I draw a random woman, it's my ex-girlfriend. Like the silhouette, I go, that's my ex-girlfriend. So here, you know, build this a little bit. It's a low chair. Okay. And then I go, okay, this is one thing, as you guys start moving into people, we'll start talking about it today. So then I go, okay, I want to make it a little more interesting. Put a glass of wine in here. He's got a beer. Can't think of what a beer glass looks like. He's got a stein kind of thing.
Mike, I have a quick question.
Sure.
If we go out somewhere to sketch, like that isn't necessarily related to the homework, can we still put that up for crit?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
I just want you sketching.
Okay.
Okay, so then I'm going to go. So what I'm talking about here is editing, okay? So now I got, okay, let's put a little in here. I'm sorry. Once I start drawing, I don't like to stop. A little bit of wine in there. And this is going to have that little thing that it sits in. And maybe there's something else. Whatever, it doesn't matter. And then I'm going to put this, a little bit of an angle.
This is really making me miss being out with people.
Well, me too, man.
Oh.
You have no idea. Okay, so I'm starting my little scene, and then maybe I go, what else? So I could say that's my scene, correct? Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, well, the reason I'm talking about this, we're just talking about, I forgot who it was now.
Courtney?
Courtney's maybe. With a house, like putting something in there to sort of finish the idea. Does that make sense?
Got it.
So what I'm doing here, like, and they might not even have wine. They can have coffee. It doesn't matter. But if I put a recognizable beverage in there, I put an umbrella. Maybe I just put little top part of a fence. My bricks are too uniform. I wouldn't normally do that. Maybe there's a little grass here. You know, maybe there's a, you know, come over here, whatever. Maybe there's a little bush back here. Whatever. Maybe I put a little bird here. Or a couple down here.
I really like the birds.
Huh?
Really like the birds.
But what I'm saying is, I don't have to draw everything to tell you what's going on in this scene, correct?
Okay, got you.
But I'm using things like this would all for sure. Now, in that case, I'm not following all the forms. I'm just going to give myself a dark value. You know, then I come in here and start separating things. And then maybe this would have a little shadow on it. You know, maybe I'd trick her hair out a little more, whatever. Maybe her other arm is over here around the glass. So vignetting, does that make sense?
Yeah.
Now, if I want to keep pushing this into different areas, then I could go to tell different stories. You know, if I put like one of those urnish looking, whatever they're called, flower things. You know, we get stuff starting to spill out of here and some flowers. And then, you know, so I build this up and there's some flowers in here and so on and so forth. And then I'm going to darken this, that. It's too uniform, by the way. It's driving me crazy, actually. That fence. But then if I go back here, so even the urn on this kind of a fence to me starts to say, okay, it feels a little more upscale if I see that kind of thing. Does that make sense?
Okay, yeah.
And then if I, you know, so for some reason now it feels like the Huntington Gardens to me, like the cafe there. So then I go, okay, well, if I want to really push it, then I could go, you know, maybe there's, you know, some kind of elegant stone entrance to this thing. Maybe I got a couple of those lions up here. Not going to trick them all out or anything, but they're there. I could go in and play with them a little more if I want. You know, and then maybe a pathway. Maybe it's got some cobblestone on it. Then, you know, You know, I could put a silhouette of one of those fancy buildings at the Huntington back here as like columns. It's very Parthenon, actually. And it's just, so it's just how much of this do you want to describe, correct?
Yes.
But all we really needed for this story, by the way, is maybe that, right? So what I'm trying to say is when you're looking at a scene, try to encapsulate it in some way. What people tend to do with this sort of drawing is they go somewhere and they go, I got to draw everything in the scene. And half the time that's not even interesting. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that's my problem. I hate doing it too.
If you take a big long building like the library over at Fullerton, cramming all that into one page or whatever means that everything's going to become very small. And nothing's really going to make much of an impact, really, because everything's just going to be little tiny, you know. So then I go, well, I'm going to focus on that entryway and let everything sort of fade off. You know, what's important, right? Like with the boats, you know. All I might need is the, like Brianna's thing, like the boat, and then just some graphic interpretation of the ripple effect, and that's it. And you've got sort of a completed idea, or maybe a little silhouette of something behind it. And that's it. So you're starting to build these like very simple scenes based on what you think is interesting about them. Does that make sense? So this kind of thing I usually get to a little further out, but I started thinking about it with the house. So, because this is the same thing. Okay. Now, sorry. And we'll start talking a little, and like this leg back here behind this leg, this might just become another place where I just go in and do some silhouette, right? Give him a jacket. Sorry, I gotta stop this. And then I probably just put the whole top part of his head into silhouette right there, or into shadow. Bottom of his nose. Give him a little bit of hair here. He's looking at something. So now I notice he's looking at something, so maybe I'll put the paper or something there. Here's start to put his hand in here a little bit. But like once I have this stuff sort of, you can see how once you sort of block this in, how you can just start taking it to a little more and more finished. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. You know, and then I just do what we've been doing. Like this should have a pull fold right there. Should probably have one right here. You see how you just put two simple folds in there and it helps fill out that shape of her leg, right? But it's very simple, okay? Like I don't want it to get, maybe she's got a scarf on. It's winter.
Nice.
Some glasses on her. You know, then I'm just going in here and I'm trying to find places where I can add a little more. Like her arm probably needs an armrest right there. Maybe a cross piece right here. Another leg up there. Darken this up and separate it a little bit. On and on and on. You know, I could just put a couple of little, like we were talking about earlier, could put a couple of silhouettes of trees back here. I actually like that better. But you see what I mean?
Yeah, yeah.
Scene. Okay? So we always want to think about a scene. Well, not always, but sometimes. I'm never going to find this blank page again. Okay. Oh, and one more thing. I might probably put something here because it's floating. You see how it's floating a little bit? So I might put some, you know, maybe it's pavers or something like that so it sits on the ground a little better. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
So what we're going to start talking about next is, I'm going to go through a few more of these, but is people, okay? Just really basic, simple people, not anything crazy. And then what's going to start happening is I feel like your sketchbook really opens up because now we talked about people and environments, basically. And we can start, kind of anything's fair game. That one we just looked at in Norm's book, you know, like the pumpkins and things like that. He's just drawing whatever's around. You know what I mean? And you should be too, and making them interesting like he did, okay? Where's Amelia? You here?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, what do you think?
I don't know. Not great this week. I think I was just going through a like crappy drawing time.
Well, that's going to happen once in a while. You know?
Yeah. So, I don't know.
So like these kind of things here, this is getting a little lollipoppy, you know. Could you have added a little less symmetry to that somehow?
Yeah.
And like this kind of thing is scribble mark making. Needs to be descriptive, right?
Okay.
And part of the other reason for that, by the way, I mean, it needs to be descriptive anyway. But I want you guys stopping when you hit something and go, I don't know how to interpret that, and sitting there and figuring it out, right? Yeah?
Yeah.
So this, I think this, like this trunk could be a little more elegant. Mine's still not elegant. A little more. You know, I mean, maybe this is a little more symmetrical somehow. And also, if I look at something that looks weird to me, because sometimes you look at stuff and when it looks fine when you're looking at it, but when you try and draw it, all of a sudden it gets weird looking, and then I'll just redesign it a little bit, right?
Okay.
Oh, this one's pretty good.
Oh yeah, that was towards the end.
Again, I punch a little of this. You kind of did, actually. I love getting drain pipe, or whatever these are called. Rain pipe. What are they called? Rain pipe?
Rain gutters?
Gutters, I
Like
think.
what's the pipe's a rain pipe, right?
I don't know.
I forget.
Try to get a little more interior information in there. Those shingles are huge, right? So
I was rushing that one because there was this old lady sitting on her patio of that house, and she was staring directly at me for like 10 minutes, and then she had her phone out, like, and she was calling someone, and I was like,
Man, people are getting mean, man.
I don't know. She was just staring straight at me the entire time, and I was like, is she calling on me through soliciting or something?
When I go out, like, nobody bothers me.
I don't know. I'm
once in a
easier
while
to get
somebody-
pushed around than you, though.
Here's the only thing I don't like, because I don't care if somebody comes up and just goes, hey, what are you doing? I don't care about that. But I don't like it when they creep around behind me, and people do that all the time. That's the one thing that you do, where I know they're back there and they're like creeping around. It's like, dude, just come over and say hi. You know what I mean? Don't creep around me like that. That pisses me off. I don't like that kind of stuff. Here, see how these are sort of getting lost in there, those two palms?
Yeah, I'll pop them more.
So these need to go, like you've got this kind of palm where it's kind of doing this, you know, and this one's in the foreground. And this one's in the background. So again, you know, maybe this one gets a little silhouetted. You know, you can just think of it as a taco. You know, it's folded in half like a taco, right? And then it's just got these serrated whatever in them, however it works. You know, and then this part back here can just go into silhouette. And it's going to give you a stronger graphic read. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay. Where's this at?
Just my neighborhood in Brea.
Oh, Brea, okay. Yeah, and I just like here, this is getting very scribbly. It's not descriptive, right?
Mm-hmm.
So is this, you know, some kind of palmy thing?
It was like a spiky bush, kind of.
Yeah, so then I'd find some graphic language for it, you know? Whatever it is. Okay?
Okay.
So here again, make sure that's all controlled, that language.
Okay.
And here, see how we're starting to get these things that aren't descriptive?
Yeah.
You got to be descriptive. Like this cypress, I think we talked about that. It's just sort of, you know, sort of like that, right?
Mm-hmm.
You got to figure, and then same thing here, you know, those are cylinders. It's just like we were talking about earlier. Well, that's a bad ellipse. You know, so it's going to have, that's how my pattern is going to wrap around. However it is. Okay? It's wrapping around the form. So if something's like, this one's straight on, but if something's like this where it feels like a down view a little bit, you know, then I'm going to have this leading edge curve right here, and that's what everything's going to follow.
Okay.
You know, and then this is going to come out. And if it helps you, do what we were talking about, like, you know, break these shapes into these simple forms, you know, however, whatever they are, and then build into them, okay?
Okay.
I'm going to try and get a model, you guys. Have I told you guys that?
Yeah, you mentioned it.
Okay. I got to try and start looking into it. So hopefully I'll find one. Probably have as much success as I do finding a contractor. Okay. So this is going to be some person up here, so they won't be a pro, but that's fine.
There's this.
Really nice. Huh? Go ahead.
Oh yeah, I was figure drawing with Allison the other night, and she's using this.
Sarah?
Yeah.
No, she's crazy.
I love her. Yeah.
I like her too.
Mm-hmm. She's been bugging us, like whoever's in your class, to see if she can come in and drop by in one of your classes.
You can come and drop by.
I'll let her know. But,
well,
yeah,
you know what? I think she sent me something about that, I think.
Really? Yeah, she says she'd love to.
Why, so she can smart off?
To be Allison. Oh, but yeah, we were
started,
using
right?
a
She's
figure
over,
drawing class.
She's over at Northridge, right? Huh?
CSUN?
What's that?
I think it's. I just know.
That's Northridge.
She referred. Yeah, Northridge then.
I think they have a pretty good program.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I know that I've worked with a lot of people who went to Northridge. That's all I know.
Oh, okay, yeah. No, she's loving it there.
Oh, good.
Her figure drawing teacher, she loves him, and she was geeking out like how he helped her figure out the forms, because her drawings are looking so good.
Good.
But she was using this desktop app that has like, or this website that has a bunch of different photos of figures, like figure drawing in different poses, and they're really dynamic. And she says it's like $25 a year to like get like the basic package or something.
I
don't know if maybe you could look into that.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's, you know, for learning, it's great. I tend to just always want to draw people in their natural habitat. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I think I should actually go in and figure draw more, you know, to keep that muscle flexed. But I end up drawing everybody in the room instead of the model, because that's kind of real and the model to me isn't, if that makes any sense. Then sometimes, you know, if we got models, I'm going to try and do that here, because I'd like to have a model in front of me so I can talk about drapery and all that in real time, and then go pull your arm out here, so that I could kind of show you guys a lot of things. But like I would like to get on easel nights, and we'll probably do this when we get back, but I just want to get somebody like in a nice, like in a, tone down the theme a little bit, so it's like man in Paris having coffee, and it's just like a nice jacket and a hat or something. You know, I don't really like drawing, like, it's just me, I don't like drawing theme stuff that much. Like if it's that kind of a theme, I don't mind it, but if it's like Star Wars or something, I'm out. I don't want to draw that at all. And or a monster, or it's just all that stuff for me. It's just like, I don't want to draw this crap. Maybe if you did a pirate, maybe that'd be kind of fun. But when you get into all this like pop culture stuff, it just, I don't want to draw it. You know what I mean? I don't know why, I just don't. And I think it's partly because it's just like, it's not mine. That's not my thing. You know what I mean? That's somebody else's thing. Somebody else invented that. All right, who do I have here? This is, you here? I don't see her.
Is it Liva? She's her mic or camera isn't working.
I don't know how I'm going to communicate then.
She's using chat.
Did you go into preferences? Is that what it is? Okay, first thing here. Is we're just getting like 2 drawings on a page and sometimes like 1. Like that's way too close and way too big. And these got to get more descriptive. They're not describing enough. And also this line has to get cleaned up. So like once you get it in there, go in there or start sweeping those lines a little more and getting them cleaned up. So they're getting a little wonky. Hang on. Hang on, I got to screen grab this one more time. Man, I think Zoom is really well done, but at the same time, there's certain weird things they do with this that it's just weird to me. Sorry, guys, I gotta find the folder. Hang on. Here it is. Okay, let me check chat here. Oh, this thing's annoying. Hey, you should try going into preferences on your camera and your mic. It sometimes it'll switch over to like a weird thing, and it's routing through something else. Okay, these are just all too big, too zoomed in. Yeah, this isn't. Yeah, it's got to get more descriptive here. It's getting too scribble language. You know, if you're doing a that one's a little better. You know, if you're doing this kind of an interior, you're going to want to get back more. So, you know, I'm drawing an old-time bathtub kind of. You know, because you got to get some of that room in there. Let me turn this off. Hang on. It's got the old school. But you got to get some of this room in here. Pull it back. There's your window. You know, is there some tile right here? Bath mat. Sink. Or maybe it's a vanity. I'll put a round window in it, or a round mirror. Towel rack. Does that make sense? Oh, she can't hear me.
She said yes in chat.
Okay.
I'll just
But you guys,
speak
okay,
for
so
her.
we've been talking about this thing where you're looking out at the building and you're starting with this box idea. Well, we're starting with the same idea here, only now we're inside the box, correct? Yeah?
Mhm.
Maybe there's a little counter here. Maybe there's some shelving here. Some towels on it. Some bottles. I don't know what else they have in it. Toilets over here.
Trash can.
Oh yeah, trash can. Put that here. blah, blah, blah. This should be turned down a little bit. Okay, so same idea. We're just using our geometric shapes. This perspective is a little wonky. It should be a little down view a little more. Same with this. So anyway, zoom out. Okay. Okay. Okay, where are we at? We're almost at lunch. Let's go do lunch and then let's come back. I'll go over a couple more. Actually, I'm going to go over, let me look at them real quick when I get back. I'll go through any that I think I should pull out. And then again, it's going to probably be the same thing where it's like, I'm starting to repeat myself. And I want to start talking a little bit about people. Okay?
Hey, Mike.
Yeah.
It's me, David. Just really quick. Last night, I submitted my homework in the folder, and I saw everyone else's folders there, and I was like, it's got to be right because everyone's folder's in here tonight. And I looked this morning, and my folder was still left in the thing. So I don't know what happened.
What is this folder thing? Why am
I think it's because you're able to see folders and files that you uploaded, even when they're removed by somebody else.
Okay.
So that's your own private view of your own content.
But I'm just saying, like, I submitted it last night. I saw everybody else's work there. So I was like, it's got to be correct this time. Mike should get it. You know what I'm saying?
Well, there's nothing. Okay.
Yeah, when he pulled the folder, you don't get to see other people's content. You only get to see your own, even though he pulled all of the folders.
Oh, okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't see it here. What's the name under? Is it just under your name?
Yeah, it's this folder with my name. And I think you even see it says I uploaded.
Because this is what I have right here.
Could you check the traditional media?
Why would it be in there?
Because the link that I have saved for this class, I think it is actually traditional media. But sometimes I'll see people posting from this class, so I assume that it's the right folder because I see other people's work.
This folder crap's gonna make me crazy. Last week, I think it was this class, I cut out 40 minutes of me talking about this. It's insane. Here's our class. Here's announcements. Here's class links.
Yep, that's the one I clicked on. And I went to the folder.
Here's the folder.
That's exactly what I did.
So let's see. There's the folder. Sketching for Animators and Illustrators, Art 157. It's not the traditional media.
On the right, it says I uploaded. I did a few more sketches, and I was like, I'll just throw these in just in case.
Why don't I have these, though?
I don't get it. And I go exactly like everyone else is doing.
So this is the ones you loaded?
Well, that was just a little bit ago. Yeah.
Oh, I remember. I got that on mail, I think. But these are the ones you're talking about, right?
Those aren't mine.
Oh, no, those
are mine.
Those are Caleb's.
If you hit the magnifying glass on the activity over there, it'll take you to the folder that it's uploaded
I did the
to.
same thing he did. Let me check and see if I uploaded them there.
They're right there, yeah.
Because those are my old ones. Those were from last week.
It's unable to locate that document. Just load them in there now during lunch, and I'll look at them. That's it. Okay. So let's.
All right, Mike. I'm trying. So
let's go till about 12:35. Is that good?
All right.
Okay, guys. I'll be back at 12:35.
Thanks, Mike.
So these are sketches from this last week.
Okay, so like this kind of thing. Got to loosen these up. So look at all these. Oh. All these sharp points, right? Look at that one. You got to get them loosened up a little bit.
Okay.
And a lot of times, it depends on what kind of car it is. But if it's like a modern thing, you know, they sort of sweep back a little more. This kind of thing. You know. Like my car, the Prius, I have a Prius. Kind of does that. Sweeps forward a little here. Then mine has this little cut line right there. Dashboard. Sunroof. Little antenna thing right there. But, you know, it gets a little loosened up. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense, Mike. Yeah.
Okay. And then where does this sit in there? This is actually going to cover more of that because I got a down view going. I don't know why I'm on down view kicks right now. You know, and then this is probably going to cross over a little bit. Windshield wipers. And then maybe a nice shadow. Blah, blah, blah. Okay, so it loosens up. Even if they're older, more boxy cars, there's still, it's probably a little wider. There's still going to loosen up a little bit. You know, it's going to have this and that probably in a side mirror. This one can have an old school antenna with a jack in the box antenna topper. And if I can see through the car like I can maybe here, then I'm going to go, well, this lines up over here, and I'm going to see the other window over here. And then again, it's going to have more of a grill because it's older, more of a bumper. I mean, actually, the antenna would probably be there. A little bit back there. Blah, blah, blah. But you want to get in there and kind of sweep those lines. And let me see if I can find this thing real quick. I think I have it in here. Yeah, like here. Where I'm doing this just black graphic shape. You see that? Underneath this plane, or even under this thing, whatever the hell that thing is, fire truck thingy. in this case, that case, I'm using just a black brush marker or brush pen or whatever. And on this one, I did it more linear. Okay, either or would work. Now the linear, what's nice about it, if I'm doing linear, then this shadow underneath the plane which is this shadow right here. If I did it linear under the plane, then I could have, you know, I can have it follow the ground plane. So it really tells the viewer that, okay? If it's a straight view, if I had a plane or something I'm looking more straight on at, and here's the value, the shadow,
yeah,
then I might have it follow the perspective lines like that.
Nice.
Because that really tells the viewer what the ground plane is doing.
Yeah, the direction.
Yeah, and then it's like, boom, it's flat, okay? And all these like nice mechanical lines on these drawings, if you notice, they're all just clean swipes, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think that's one I was looking for. This one's just using a gray value marker right here underneath the dinosaur, right?
Mm-hmm.
Trying to see if I have a bunch of different ones. Ooh, I found some, popped up on my Facebook yesterday. Hang on. Let me see what I got here. Another one, this one's gray value. These aren't pure black, they're just gray value, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And by the way, there's the block in. See it right there?
Yeah.
And then you just build all this crap all over it.
Mm-hmm.
What kind of markers do you recommend for getting those gray values?
I usually use, let me see what I have. By the way, this sketch bag is my everyday sketch bag. Has gotten ridiculous, okay? But, see that? That's got a dimmer on it. You can clip it right on your thing, right over it. And that's how I get like these guys here. Just saw one. That's what reminded me of it. Hang on. Oh, these guys. So these are doodles at a play, right? So if I'm at a play, nobody wants me to have some blasting light on my thing, and this worked out good. Okay, so I just drew the whole cast that was, you know, in the play. But also right here, this, I was just noticing this rendering in the glass looks pretty good. You see it? Yeah?
Yeah.
Now that's based on what I'm looking at, but it's also based on what I know. Okay? So I might have added glass there. I don't know. I'm assuming there was one there that might not have been. I don't know. But again, that comes down to, again, if I put a table in front of them, I'm going to put a glass or something on the table, right? It makes it more interesting. And also over here, just in case, Swiss Army knife. Yeah?
Just in case.
Just in case you want to open a bottle of wine. I'm a martini person myself. I have that at home though. I have a little box. I think Mike's girlfriend got it for me. It's a little box. You open it up and it's a little mini martini bar in there. And I used to take it with me out on the ledge or out on the highway out here when I paint out there, and you can make little martinis and it had a little shaker in it and stuff. Okay, what was I looking for? Oh, markers. Okay, so right now I have, these are Copics. You can get the Blick ones or whatever. It really doesn't matter. But what I'd say is when we get to tone paper, like, I really like the oatmeal color, right? When we get to this,
Is that the Desert Storm stuff?
yeah. You already know about that? That's interesting.
You told us at the beginning of class.
Oh, okay. I thought the legend of the Desert Storm had permeated the school. Anyway, since this is a warm, I use warm markers. Okay, warm gray, and then if I'm on that stuff I showed you from the Jazz guys, that was a cooler gray. I'll use a cool gray marker on that. I don't usually have more than 3. I usually have 2, and just make sure, like, the first one could be like, this one's a 3, and then this one's a 6. That's probably a big enough value jump. Let's see. Yeah, this is definitely a big value jump. So this 3, I'd probably go to maybe even a 4. It's probably all right then when I do a drawing. But you can see there's a big value jump right there, right? That might be a little too big, but I have a couple in here that they're roaming around in my sketch bag. So I don't use markers very much. I use them for like those plane drawings and stuff like that. But you just want like 1 or 2, or like 2, maybe 3. Just make sure there's a good value jump. Like, you don't want to have this 3 and then have a 4. It's not going to make enough of a value jump, right? And it's nice to have 2. Let me see if I can do this here. Hang on. I want to make sure this isn't too big a value jump. That's probably okay. Yeah, that's probably okay. So let me find a pin. Okay, here's one. And then, oh, there's one. Let's switch this over. So here's why I like to have at least 2 values. I'm going to unshare my screen without anybody telling me. And now I'm going to go over to my high-tech overhead camera, my new satellite camera, we call it here. Okay, so I've got G2. I'm jumping ahead a little bit, but you guys are asking, so I'm just going. Is that all right?
Yeah, it's good stuff.
So there's a flare. I really like these. So this has got a fatter, it's a 5. Okay. These are great pins, by the way, and you can get them anywhere. The Pilot G2 5-point. Then I like this flare because it makes a nice dark line, or a fatter line. I think that one's running out of ink. And then I got a couple of gray markers, right? So if I'm doing that stuff like we just looked at, when I'm starting to draw like a plane or something, and by the way, I should turn this like this and get that ellipse like that, okay? So it gets a little cleaner.
Hey, Mike, do you have any toned paper suggestions?
This kind.
Like loose leaf? Like what brand?
I like it loose leaf, but you can get, Strathmore makes some nice sketchbooks with toned paper.
I couldn't find it in smooth. I was really looking for like a nice sketchbook toned that's smooth, but the Strathmore ones have like a medium texture on them.
Yeah, I agree with that. That's what I like this stuff for. This stuff is super smooth. Right?
Awesome.
So
I found some toned Strathmore paper that was smooth, but it was from Amazon.
On Amazon?
It was a sketchbook. Yeah.
Oh, yeah?
Phil recommended it.
Oh, that helps. Thank you.
For them? Which one is it?
Let me take a look.
Thanks, Evan.
All right, you guys can see that, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I'm going to come in here with this light value. What is this right here? This whole unit. Anybody?
The word fuselage is popping in my mind, but I have no idea if that's right.
This is a cylinder.
Oh.
Okay, so what I'm going to do is then I'm going to take advantage of it being a cylinder. I'm going to come in here on the fuselage. Might even come down here a little bit. Okay, so you can see here, it's already starting to turn that form. Do you see that?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So let me grab something else here. Hang on. If I'm going to do this, I might as well just do it.
Just so everyone knows, I put the link, the Amazon link for the sketchbook in the chat.
Let me see.
Oh, thank you. Appreciate that.
No problem.
Let's see. Yeah, that's the one. That's the same one they always have. I think it's fine. It's not as good as this paper, but it's fine.
The Desert Storm.
Yeah, the Desert Storm is the best stuff I've ever found. And by the way, is that the wet media sketchbook? Let me see.
I don't think so.
Yeah. Okay. So I've talked to Strathmore about this because actually the toned tan and the toned gray wet media stuff I consulted on. So I talked to them about this when they asked. So anyway, they asked me to consult on that paper. So they sent it to me, and I go, you guys are focused on wet media on this, which that's cool, whatever. But I go, actually, what would be cooler is if you came out with a smooth paper of this, sort of like this, and also put the sketchbook together so half the pages are toned and half of them are regular, right? Because then you would eliminate having to carry two sketchbooks, which would be kind of nice. But they went with the tone and the wet media. It's okay, but it's like, I told them this when I got it. I go, it just isn't that great a paper, But anyway, so here's a darker value. So I'm going to go a little more on this. And then I'm going to take this one. It might be too big a leap, but I'm going to do it anyway. Now I'm going to give it a little more of a core. Right in there. And it'll start to turn it even more because now I've got a softer value leading into a harder value. That's the core. Does that make sense? And I can do that very easily with two values, right? And then I could come in here and go, and I just pulled this. Where did I put it? There it is. Come in here and go and start to put a white, like a little white highlight on there, okay? Now, obviously, what I would do here probably, I'd probably shift this up. It needed that. And then okay, so look right here on this leading edge. You guys can see that, right? Right?
Yeah.
The leading edge of the wing, right? So this right here is a complex curve as it comes towards the viewer right there, correct? So on a plane, you have a lot of, we talked about this a little bit. You have on this, it's going to have manufacturing marks and things on it, like going around it, and it'll have some rivets and things like that on the surface. So that is going to help tell the viewer that it's a cylinder and that it's cylindrical, right?
Uh-huh.
Now, you can get a little of that on here, but if I don't have that, then again, I can come in here with this and right on that leading edge, but not, it's like right there. See how that turns that leading edge? Can you see that? Yeah? Okay. So I can also still come, I kind of like it just like that, but I could come in and get a little darker value in there. I could come in here again and go and start to turn that. Okay. Now, also what I can do, see the canopy right there?
Yeah.
Another thing I can do is, and this, again, I'm not talking about planes. I'm just talking about, you know, rendering things out. I could come in here with my, I'm going to use my lighter one, see how this works. You know, I'm going to put like just little indications of things in here. Like sometimes I'll have something kind of big back here. Definitely have something back here. And they're sort of just random, okay? Well, they're not random, but you know, maybe it's a seat back, whatever. Does that make sense? Okay, so now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go in this front part. Let's do it with this. I'm going to put the struts on this. So there's the strut in the front going over this information. So what did I just do? These are now in front of that, so it's starting to push these back. Does that make sense?
Yep.
Okay. So then I'm going to go take my, let's try this one. No, I have to take this one. Now I'm going to forget about the line, and this canopy or this strut right here is going to continue over on the other side, but I'm not going to give it line. I'm just going to give it value. So you see how much that's starting to jump behind everything? Hang on. You see that? So now it's starting to wrap, right? And then I'm going to come in here and go put a shine over the front of that. And now it's really starting to read as a canopy.
Yeah.
You see that? Because everything's sitting behind it now. Does that make sense? And then I'm going to go. So here's, and this is the thrust of this, what I'm saying. This is a white paint marker. I usually have something that I test it on to make sure it's working okay. Because it'll, sometimes when you first, I haven't used this in a long time. Sometimes they'll blob. Yeah, so like that. But now it's going, so it's fine. So now here, I can get a little specularity on there. And maybe here. So now we're starting to get a little specularity on there. And it's starting to read more as glass in front of something. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that's awesome.
Okay, now I'm going to take, let's try this. I got a couple things I can show you. Now I'm going to take, if I can find it someday. Ooh. You know what, you guys? I just found this. Like, you guys know what Pentel sign pins are?
Nope.
They're really cool anyway, but I found this, which is a Pentel sign pin brush. Look at the nib on that thing. It's awesome. I forgot I even had it in here. I'm going to go use this like today. All right, hang on. Trying to find my brush pen, which of course I can't. All right, so I guess I'll try. Usually I use a brush pen for this. Damn it. Hang on. Oh, wait. I got a bunch of sepia brush pens, but I can't find my black one. Maybe this will work. Let's see. Ooh. That's way too much. All right, so I'm just going to use my flare, because my flare is pretty fat pen. Of course, now I lost that. Here it is. Now I'm going to flip it this. Okay, so now I would keep building this up. Okay, so let's go. You know, put that in there. This should actually, this whole plane should be angled down more like that, but I wasn't thinking that when I started it. This is good enough. And then, okay, so I would build this up. Put a couple little surface details on here, cut this tail wing. You know, it'd probably have another thing back there. Give it a leading edge on that. And then look, I can do the manufacturing line over the wing a little bit because it is going to have those, and it's going to have a couple of rivets. Okay, but then once I get all that done, now I'm going to come in with a brush pin or just some fat pin like this one. And I'm going to say my light's here. So let's put, our light is here. So, okay, so I use these two on tone paper. So what happens here is this is my general highlight. So I put that down, just like I did here. And then I go, where's it hit the specularity? And this one comes in and does the specularity for me. Does that make sense? Does everybody know what specularity is?
No.
Specularity is just, you know, when you have a car in front of you on a summer day and it's got a screaming white, bright highlight on it.
Yeah.
That's specularity.
Okay.
So it's just bright. It's just, you know, it's a very bright highlight. So I use this for, you know, two. This is my basic highlight and this is my specularity. I want to reinforce some of this a little bit, a little of this. Maybe in here, I can make some stuff kind of shiny in there. And then I want to reinforce it here a little bit. And then I'm going to go, okay, so now I can start, you know, if this was far enough along, this actually would probably come up a little bit. This would be down here and this would come up more like that. You know, and then I'm going to put in some of my other stuff. But then I'm going to come in here with this, my fatter, you know, I like to use brushes for this, but it doesn't matter. And then I start to sweep this stuff. Okay, so that's my basic block in. Okay. There'd be a little more, but you know, like something would have to be here. Probably like that. Or, you know, maybe there's, this wouldn't be a prop plane, but maybe there's a prop on it. Maybe it's that kind of thing. So I get it all built up and then I go, my light's there. So then I just go, just like we talked about with my lines, then I just hit this and I start punching my line, right?
Right.
And then I'm going to do the same thing here. And I'm going to hit these lines behind on this little strut here. That really puts it in front of the back. Look how much that popped that forward on the canopy.
Beautiful.
And then here, in here. This is just for fun. That little hatching on the end. But I kind of like it. It could be some kind of a marking or.
You're going for a VisCom thing right now, right?
Yeah, totally. I like both, you know. For my own work, I'm not using this so much, but like for work, then I use this a lot, this kind of technique. You know, and there's usually something, you know, sticking up like there. And then I'm going to come in here and do exactly what we talked about earlier. You know, and I'd see the other wing out here. Probably not going to put as much work into that one because it's further back. Then I'd come in here and go, okay, shadow's probably going to be somewhere in here. You know, and then I can go, then I got to make a determination on how I want to handle that. So, you know, I might just do ground plane. An occlusion shadow right there because these are meeting. So I'm going to just put it there and let it ride off. Same thing back here. Oh, back here I'm going to need this. This is going to come out somewhere. And I got to separate it. And then sometimes I'll go in like around the shadow. Just do like a containment line thing. Okay. That all making sense?
Mm-hmm.
So it's kind of good to do these because I like you to see how easy, how simple it is, right? Yeah. I mean, just from you know, drawing a plane in, you know, 5-10 minutes or whatever, right? So if I had this in front of me, I'd have a ton of stuff I could pop on here. But I mean, the whole thing's going to take me 10 to 15 minutes. You know what I mean? Or 5 to 10 minutes or whatever. But, and then maybe I could come in here with my darker value and maybe start to, I'll start with my lighter value. Start to give it some like camo markings. And those can wrap around it.
I'd be so scared to add that at this point because it looks so good. I'd be like, oh man.
That's what a sketchbook is good for, because you just go, oh, I screwed it up, so what? Turn the page and do another one. Right?
Yeah, getting through that anxiety and those fears.
Everybody goes through that, man. It's totally common. You know, and then I'd probably come up here, maybe with this one, and go F4, you know, and put some numbers and stuff on it. I'd probably put the, maybe put the star on it. They usually, the Air Force usually has a star on them. Wrap it around a little bit. Put some markings on there. I'm going to really darken this up under here. Probably here. And then get this in here because it's disappearing. Get this little, just indication of this wheel. And this one. And then, you know, then I can do, let's try this. And I keep some drafting tape in my bag. There's a bunch of different ways I can do this, but let's try this. I usually take some of the tack off by putting it on my shirt or my pants or something. Too short. put it right there. And let's try, I'm not sure what I want to use here. I'm going to try the lighter value one because I'm being a candy ass. Okay. I reinforced some of this a little bit. Probably, I would probably go with a much darker value. I'm going to go in with a darker value. Hang on. It's not dark enough. Let's just go with a heavy value. I think I have one more. Hang on. Oh, no, that's too dark. Use this. We'll use the 6. Let's go bing, bing. The other one wasn't making any statement. This might bury it a little bit. And out here, I'm going to finish it off here. Out here. With that loose line. You know, I could put other stuff in there. Now you got like a nice little presentation-y kind of thing. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And then I would come back in here now and go, okay, I'm going to take my thin pin again. I'm going to sort of just delineate this a little better so it pops out of that background a little better. Yeah, that's better. And then you go and you sign it, right?
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
You do some little fancy signature thing there, right? But now you got a pretty complete sketch, right?
Yeah.
Okay, very, very simple, all right?
I've learned to understand when you say simple, you don't necessarily mean easy. You mean like you're not throwing down a lot of complexity. There's less lines, but you're communicating a lot with those lines.
That's exactly it. I'm not saying this is easy, okay? What I'm saying is the underlying logic behind it is. And what I'm also saying is, and the reason I like doing this for you guys is, you know, I could throw a couple little things on this and do a couple of things to this, and everybody would think I spent time on it. You know what I mean? Most people, that looks like something you spent time on. You know what I mean? But what I'm also trying to get through to you guys is that, like, this is methodology. It's straight up methodology. Does that make sense? Like, I started with a cylinder. This is why you drew cylinders in basic drawing, right?
Right. Mm-hmm.
Because if I break this thing down, there's my plane, right? This is a triangle, basically, right? Then these wings, what are they? They're just, that's my squares. They just happen to be rectangles. So what? Still a square. You know, pull this out over here. You know, and that's the basis of my plane. And then here, then we got another, you know, sphere or whatever. You know, and then I'm just building on this concept. That's all I'm doing. right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's all I'm doing. And so if I get this, just like the one we were looking at earlier, where I showed you guys where the little outline was, or the little lay-in was, I'm just building all over this structure. Like this is going to come up a little bit now. So now I know that comes up. This is going to sweep right there. This is going to get rounded. This will get rounded. Then it'll have some sort of, you know, something here. It'll have a canopy, which I could also look at as half of a cylinder if I kind of thought of it this way. You know, maybe this comes down a little bit. And I've barely done anything, and it's starting to already look like a plane. So this might be how I thumbnail something out if I was showing somebody something. You know, and it's already starting to become that build, right?
Right.
It's very methodical, okay? Questions?
I had a quick question.
Sure.
So where do you get this Desert Storm paper?
Kelly Paper. And Kelly Paper is literally everywhere. If you type it into your GPS, there'll be like 14 of them near you. It's the weirdest thing, okay?
They're huge. They supply like every office on the face of the planet.
Oh, is that what it is?
Yeah, they're office supplies. I used to do web and print, and we always got it from Kelly Paper. Sometimes I needed something same day, so I'd drive and get it. Everybody's always going for that stuff. Any kind of print publication, they've got tons of stuff in there.
Somebody's got a, is that you that's got that static?
I don't know. Let me mute it.
Okay, but anyway, there it is again, okay? And then these kind of things, how we made that canopy actually look like glass and all that stuff. What's the main idea there? Because you're going to use this idea in a lot of things, okay? And part of it is that you want to get things to look like they're in front of other things, correct? And then a little bit of highlight on there, boom, it drops back, okay? It's kind of the same thing with water or anything like that, okay? Does that all make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yep.
Is this showing my hand right-handed to you guys, or is it flipping it?
It's flipping it. That's what's left to us.
Okay, so when I put this on Zoom, I'll flip it back. Or when I put it on a canvas, I'll flip it back. I got to go in and see if the preferences, there should be a preference in there where I can flip the camera, because I know it's kind of weird when you're watching me draw left-handed. Actually, I should just say, oh, I'm drawing this left-handed just for the heck of it. That's what I should say, okay? All right. You know, and then I'd probably come in here and there, I'd probably go, you know, highlight a few things. I definitely get more of this, you know, for, you know, letters, all that kind of stuff. I screwed up my star. Star, I'd probably put a little bit of shine over. And then some of these cut lines, if they're deep enough, I might give them just a little edge light from where the, you know, where the crack is. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
On this side.
You're putting some like rim lighting in there?
Yeah, like right. See it on that curve?
Yeah.
Right? Because it's going to have a little lip there and it can catch some light and it'll just help the viewer see a little bit of form there.
Yeah.
On and on and on, okay? And then also I could go, there's so many ways to screw around with these things. Or maybe I'll do it with a Prisma. Let's see how it looks with a Prisma. You know, maybe I'll give it a little containment line on this side. And now that sort of pops it out from the background a little bit. See that?
Mm-hmm.
You know, and I could do that over here too if I want. Maybe it just becomes a big containment line. Blah, blah, blah. I don't even remember how I got on this tangent.
When I asked about markers.
Oh, well, there you go.
Not be my fault.
Just look for any excuse to draw, don't you?
Yeah, kind of. Well, it's just like if you guys just start talking. Okay, so one thing I do like, and I'll admit this, I like. Hang on, let me stop my. I love. Okay, number one, I love all these techniques. Okay. And if you ask me something about marker, then I can say, well, I use two values and I just do it on tone paper and I do this and that. It doesn't mean a whole lot if I don't show you what I'm talking about. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
I also like that I'm fluid in all my mediums. So when you guys ask me a question, I can instantly demo it. And it's just fun to me because it's conversational. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
And it was also the same way when I was working. I always had a clipboard to pen. And I'd go over to somebody and I might throw something down. I go over and go, hey man, what do you think of this? And they go, that's cool, but blah, blah, blah. And I'd flip it around and go here. And then, throw them the pen and go in and do something, or she'd go in and do something. I go, oh, that's cool. And then all of a sudden you're just like jamming back and forth on a drawing and having this conversation and designing something at the same time. And I just have always liked that, I'm more comfortable showing you than languaging it, if that makes sense. I'm more comfortable in that language than I am in speaking it.
Right.
Okay?
Well,
and also, I don't think it means jack crap if I just talk about it.
Well, I was going to say it's so much more effective too.
Because I had, everybody probably has. I've had teachers where they're lecturing all the time. And it's like, So when I was at Fullerton, I figured that out at some point. And then I go, if they were lecturing too much, I went, oh, you don't know how to do this. I need to go find somebody who does. Because if you're going to talk about it all the time, then you don't know how to do it. Because that's why you're talking all the time. if you're talking, you should be demoing. Like if I'm going to talk to you about why I use two values of markers, I should just show you. Okay. Right. And then if I'm going to do that, I might as well go a little further down the rabbit hole. Because now when I think of these things, I go, and I think there's also some. Oh, I have one of these stupid gloves. I didn't know I even had this. It must have come with my Cintiq. I hate these things. So anyway, I just think it's easier to do that. And when I started thinking about it, I used to sort of silo everything. And I think there's some value in that. But I also think if you guys are like I was so hungry for this stuff when I was in school. Okay. And like when Norm would do something like that, and I go, Norm, how do I do a canopy? Or, whatever I was asking. And he'd go, he'd sit there and do it. It would just, I knew how to do it once he did that. I went, oh, okay. And what I'm always trying to get you guys to understand is the underlying logic of what I'm talking about. That's why I talk about the canopy a lot. Because what we just talked about is how do we make something look reflective? How do we make something look like reflective that has depth and I'm looking through it, right? That's just a basic, just like these glasses right here. I'm sharing my screen without anybody telling me.
Man,
these
you're
glasses,
just beating Phil.
Huh?
Oh, I'm gonna have to tell Phil that he needs to get on it.
So these glasses are the same thing. I know how to do that because I know how to do the canopy. Does that make sense?
Right.
So, this is a super weird play, but it was kind of interesting. And then look at this one. This one just goes into just value. There's almost nothing in there but value. Okay. So what I wanted to get to here, all these pins and stuff I just found in my bag that I didn't even know I had in there. See that? That's called OCD right there. Okay.
The mark of an artist.
This is called OCD. Okay. This This OCD, right? I can keep, that bag is like a magician's bag. I can keep pulling stuff out of it for like an hour and a half. And all of a sudden it'll be like a rabbit and a slingshot. Okay. What I want to talk about here is, in a minute, hang on. I want to see these real quick. Yeah, we talked about those. Okay. So this perspective is getting super wonky.
Mm-hmm.
It's got to get on, and these are getting way too hairy. These foreground leaves, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Start massing.
Okay.
Okay. And I know some things aren't as is whatever. Yeah, get these things more coherent, nice, clean, just like what I was doing with this plane right now, where I was doing this really clean swept lines.
Okay.
And by the way, when we get to pin, when we start doing more pin, it's not as intimidating as everybody thinks it is. Like when I block these things in, I'm not getting all perfect about it. But when I go in with those clean lines and start building up fat lines, all the other ones sort of disappear. Okay. I'm going to do 2 videos today and a video tomorrow. And the video tomorrow is probably going to be like 4 hours long. So there. Now look, this isn't going to come down probably like that.
Mm-hmm.
Get all this more coherent. When you put your line down, make sure that it's not so wobbly, right?
Mm-hmm.
This is a little better. This is a lot better right here. And this is starting to get, are these later?
Yeah, these were later.
Okay. Same thing. We're getting all these hard corners, right?
Yeah, with the car.
Yeah, and cars are a really good thing to draw. I find them totally boring, to be honest with you. I'm not a car guy.
Right.
Like I have people and they show me, oh, look at my $10 billion Harley Davidson. I'm like, I don't care. I'd rather have a bike. I don't want that thing, you know? But, and these tires, look how thin these tires are.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Mm-hmm. That was just like practicing with a pen.
Be careful with this. Like here, we're making a lot. Okay, so this is starting to get into this thing that people do, what I was talking about, where they start going. They go, okay, I've got this thing I'm drawing, whatever it is. And they go, I'm going to shade this side of it. And they go, oh, wait, that's not working. Okay, I'm going to do this. Oh, wait, I'm going to crosshatch it. Oh, no, okay, wait, that's not, I'll just do this. And all of a sudden you end up with all this weird mark making, right? Then usually if it's in pencil, then they come in, they go, oh, smudge everything now. So you got line, smudge, crosshatching, you know, all this different stuff. Pick one. You know what I mean? Just pick one. Okay, does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes sense.
By the way, I love that smudge tool right there. Okay. Okay, on this, I just want to check. None of those.
Mm-hmm.
Is that a toy?
Yeah, it's a toy.
Yeah, toys are okay. Just I'm sick of all that Marvel crap.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just sick of looking at it. I just saw something on that. I don't know. I don't even know what's going on with that whole world anymore. Okay. Okay. Anybody have questions? I might auction off this pretentious glove. Yeah?
I mean, if you want to.
I'll auction off, or not auction it off. Contest, whatever you call that. Yeah, it'll have to be something cooler. That thing's not cool.
So do you have a focus for us this coming week for our sketches?
Yeah, so I'm going to talk about it right now.
Cool.
Because we're going to go over something new. There you go. You know why you wear these? Anybody know? Anybody know why?
No clue.
So you don't move the screen?
So when you're walking around, no, that's what they tell you. So when you're walking around, people come up to you and go, oh, what's with that glove? Oh, this? Oh, I'm an artist. That's why you wear this.
Ugh. I wear one for digital because I feel like it slide better across the screen.
Frank was telling me he saw this guy at like a coffee shop. I think it was in Long Beach. And the guy came in and he set up like a full-size Cintiq, like a big Cintiq.
Oh,
and like he had all this stuff, you know, and one of those gloves on and this big elaborate setup, you know, and it was all because he was like probably trying to meet girls or something. You know what I mean? So he's trying to get all this attention. Like, God, the guy was just the biggest douche, you know? Okay. All right, so on this people thing, what we're going to start doing here is very simply, God, I've got all these pins over here now, it's getting me all confused, is to do the same thing we've been doing with these buildings. Okay, right? So what have we been doing with the, am I sharing my screen? I am, right? Okay. What, you know, with the buildings, we've been doing this thing where we're going big shape, you know, to smaller shapes, to smallest shapes, you know, so on and so forth, right?
Mm-hmm.
So we're going to do the same thing with humans, okay? Humans. So this guy, I'm going to really break this down really geometrically, okay? Probably more so than normal. Okay, and here's the other thing. Remember I told you guys when I put something down, then I know how to measure off it to get something else. Does that make sense? Yeah? Okay, so here's this guy, and I go, okay, there's his ear, right? So I know that that collar meets his ear right there. So what I'm going to do here is I'm just going to kind of throw this down because what it is to me, and then I'm going to go right about there. I'm going to draw right through the form. And then the rest of his body, more or less, is this square, correct? Yeah?
Yeah.
And then we have his legs. I'm not even worried about, and then I'm just trying to see these shapes, just as simple shapes. This actually comes forward a little more. And then this, I usually just start off with almost like a triangular, kind of a triangular shape right there. You know, and that, you know, I'm going to have to change everything. Okay, then I'm looking at his arm here, and it lands right about there. That's where his cuff is. Then there's a fold. Then he comes in, I don't know, something like that. Okay. Now, I'm going to have things that are going to be mistakes in here, and I'm going to have to fix them or adjust them. I'd make this book out here a little more so I can see it. You know, and then he's got this, and I go, okay, that's a little wide. This probably should be a little longer. Another triangle right there. Hat is doing that kind of thing. And then the hand is basically this idea, if I simplify it. You know, I'm not even going to see his hand here right now. Should be a little longer. So then what I'm going to do is I'm going to go, okay, what's wrong with it? You know, this proportion should probably be a little longer. And I'm going to adjust. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
And then I'm going to go, let's say that I start to get this where I go, okay, and then I'm looking like how far is that fold from now? I'm going to start looking a little more critically. And go, I might simplify that fold in there. I don't like that. Hang on. I'm going to definitely simplify all these folds, okay? And then I'm going to do exactly what we do with the buildings, right? Okay, number one, I'm going to put this into shadow. I like that in shadow. And I'm going to go, this is a little far out. It should come in a little bit. And I'm basically, I'm going to pull this out. I don't like this here. I'm basically just doing this constant refinement for a little while. And also because when I start putting things down, I'll start noticing things that I screwed up. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And then I'm going to go, okay, there's that. He's got, I'd have to simplify this idea of scarf probably. Okay, so now let's say that I go, okay, I've adjusted. Basically what I'm adjusting here is proportions and things like that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Then I'm going to come down here and go, well, there's a little fold there and a little, and there's almost always, unless you're wearing like those really tight pants or whatever, there's going to be a little bit of a gather down here where it bunches up before it goes into your shoe. You know, then I'll start to structure things up a little bit. Start to add more information into this. I'm going to probably tweak this shoe a little bit later. And then here, still not happy with that. I've got my little axis line there just because his head's turned a little bit. And then I'm just going to start going, okay, I want to put these, I'm not worried about likeness right now, you guys, either. Don't worry about that. Get his ear back where it should be. Give him a little more hair right there. Darken that. I made him weight a little heavier. A little bit there. And then I'm looking, just like we always do, I'm going, okay, where can I add some stuff in here to make it more, like here's a pocket. I want to pull that pocket out a little more so it breaks the, whatever you call it. I want to pull that in. That's kind of nice. Then he's got a fold like about there. What I'm trying to get now to is a couple of, I call them strategic folds. Okay. So, hang on. So his pants, I probably just let those go into silhouette. Shadows coming out over here somewhere. Then I'm gonna do the same routine once I get everything in there. I think there's I don't see one here, but I'm gonna put an indication of a pocket over there. I want a little more of this fold information here. Separate that collar. Separate the back of his head. And now I'm just going to start going in and going, okay, what else can I put in here? There's sort of a little fold right there I kind of like. You know, I get his shoes in there. And then a little bit indication maybe in here of his eye and stuff. Very little though. I'm making him look like there's this actor. He looks like this actor. And I don't want you guys to worry about likenesses yet. That's why I'm not worrying about him here. You know, and then, you know, his buttons and all that kind of stuff. Okay. I might even put a pocket here just because I feel like it wants something there. Maybe he's got a pocket square in it because he's debonair and elegant. Okay, does that make sense?
Yeah.
Right?
Yep.
So I can take this idea of simple shapes pretty far. It's going to be a military guy. so on and so forth. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
But you can see how I can take kind of any kind of shape and I can start plugging things into it, okay? If I'm doing a front view here, I can go, I mean, that old thing that you always hear is true. I look at people and things, hang on, and, you know, I'm starting to go in and go, is there, you know, overall head shape something like that, right? Is there overall head shape more something like this? You know, is it younger, a little more put together like that? But then once I do that, then I go, okay, like this person. Again, I'm going to start. We just talked about eye sockets a little bit this morning, right? Yeah, okay. I'm going to start there. And then I'm going to go just put the shadow under the nose. Part in the lips. And then under that, put his ears in there. And you can see how much structure I get just from that. Does that make sense? This guy would probably have, maybe he's got a little double chin, maybe. And again, it's just I go in now and I just start to, I could put a little more indication of his eyes in there now because now they got a nice structure to sit in. And I could start to build on this. Blouse a little too wide. A little older. He's got a comb over. And I can start to build out of anything. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Taylor?
Hi. It makes sense.
Okay, another thing. So when I say strategic folds, if I'm drawing, I'm just going to do a half-ass thing here. And by the way, when you're doing a side, okay, so that's a front view basically, right? There's our axis. Here's our ears. Here's our eye line, which lines up roughly with the top of the ears. And then if you go, and I don't really think about this stuff that much, but the top to the bottom of the head, if I go about half, that's my eye line. Then half of that, bottom of the nose, and then I think it's a third down or something as the mouth. And that's your basic proportions, okay? But this axis line, like if I go, now I want to turn this like this guy in 2D or in a 3/4. Well, now I have to go, here's that axis line. Now I got to go, now it's here because the head's turned a little bit, right? It's gone over like that, right?
Right.
So now I got to just plug in the same information now on that axis line and go the ears here, and I'm going to see a little bit of that cranium back there. It's a weird looking guy. But same thing, right? So I'm just turning it. If I'm turning it down, everything's going to compress down here. I'll get into that later. I don't want to get too much into that. If I turn that, but when I do a side view though, this is the way I do it. I think of the cranium as an egg on its side, right? And then the front plane of the face, which I know everybody probably goes, there's no plane in the front of the face. There is to me, okay? And then I go, the ear falls right about here, right about in the middle of that cranium. There's my brow line, goes right into the eye. Then I put the bottom of the nose. And the reason I put the bottom of the nose is because when we get later on, we start talking about likenesses. One of my landmarks for understanding where the to get a likeness is if the nose is how it's angled. Okay, so it might be angled up. It could be angled down like that or flat like that. It could be come down a little bit, right? So let's change this guy. Let's put it more like that. Okay, and then I just go. Mouth, lip is slightly, unless they have an underbite, is slightly back, chin. Then I adjust, right? And I always do this for some reason. This ear is a little high, so I'm going to pull it down just a little. And I don't erase. I don't do any of that stuff. And then this is a big one too. This mark right there, where your cheek mass hits the wing of your nose, That's a big one. If you don't put that in there, that simple little thing, it will all go flat right there and look like there's no anatomy or mass to it. Does that make sense? Now, I'm going to pull his nose a little under here. Connect that. If he's older, I might give him a little more laugh line. Just his chin. You know, and then I can start putting this other information in. Now, now I can start building his eye, I can start building his eyebrow. And then another point that I look for, almost everybody has this little point in their hair. Do you guys know what I'm talking about? You can't see it on me, obviously. But when I grow out my hair, it's luxurious and beautiful. I have that little point right there because almost everybody has it. I even probably have it. It's just that it's ghosted back. But anyway, I use that as a landmark, okay? Where does that point land in relation to the eye, right? Because you'll see it varies a lot, okay? But that'll give me the placement of the hair, and then I can go, okay, now I can put some hair on this guy. And then another one I look at is where does the hair start in relation to the back of that ear, okay? It doesn't always touch. So sometimes it's back like here. Usually it is, actually. And then I go, how does it end? Do they have a nice clean thing like that? Sometimes it's a little rounder, you know. And then the next thing I look for is where is the collar in relation to the ear, okay? So if you're sitting down, you'd be surprised. It can end up way up here, or it can end up way down here, right? So I just go, how far is the collar from the ear? Let's say it's here. Then the next one I look at, and these are just ones that I like. You'll find your own things probably. I go, how far is that seam of my sleeve? How far is that now from the collar? And what you'll usually find is way down here. It's way lower than you would think usually. Okay, and then I'm starting to build. Then I can put a pull fold here or whatever I want to start doing. So I'm starting off with egg on its side. Front, I'm going right up. So what I'm basically creating is just a simple skull shape, basically, right? Mm-hmm. Then I just bottom of nose, connect, eye, you know, mouth, chin, up, adjust. All these things are going to get adjusted because, you know, it's not like we're machines. And then, you know, I can come in here and start adding a few things in here. Could give him start to give him a plaid shirt or something. Does that make sense? Mm-hmm. Simple geometric breakdowns, right? So when you're looking at someone, let's look at this other one. Not that one. By the way, I found these people on Sartorialist. I'll list it. And it's kind of the two ends of the spectrum. Earth's World is like, I told you guys about Earth's World, right? Yeah. I'll put that up, okay? Earth's World is just all these not very attractive people, I guess. So it's two ends of the spectrum, basically. And there's a lot of things like this. There's other ones that I always forget the name of. I think that's what it's called. Shit, I always forget the name of it. I can't remember the name of it. God, that's super weird. God, I can't believe I can't remember the name of it. Anyway, it's a bunch of just crazy looking people at state fairs. Then there's a sartorialist where the guy goes around the world and he just shoots super stylish looking people on the street. Okay, so that old guy's from that. Okay, the one I was just showing. Let's see.
He looks like Stephen King, the old guy.
I love debonair old dudes, man. Look at this guy. I mean, that's a square, right? That's why I picked this one.
This is definitely in France, right?
Probably. Well, Americans don't look like that, let's be honest.
We don't look that cool.
No, we don't. Well, if you look at Earth's World, that looks like Americans. Or whatever it's called. I got to find it. Is anybody in my other class? Because we talked about it in my other class.
Talked about it in cartooning.
Yeah, what's the name of it?
There's Earth's World.
It's
and it was
Earth's World?
people like at the fair and like stuff like that, right?
I'm typing in Earth's World, but well, let me try this.
I'm pretty sure because I definitely used it for that.
Oh, here it is, yeah. It just didn't come in a search engine.
It's adventures in people watching it.
I mean, look at this. That's a great shape, face shape. Look at this guy. Look at it. Very square head, right? This one's great. Look at this one. Look at this one. All right, so just a bunch of interesting. This one, I've drawn this guy before. So that's one end of the spectrum. Yikes, man. And then here's the other end. You know, just cool people around the world who are stylish, right? And it's cool. You can go into these categories. Look at this guy. You can go up here. Man. I've been going to, did I tell you about that Twitter stuff I've been looking at? I don't think I did in here, right?
Yeah, the Babel color and
oh yeah, okay, that one.
one.
There's some great images in there. Actually, I'm going to play around with those this weekend probably.
So Mike, for these ones, you want us to spend time on a photo reference?
I would prefer you did them from life.
So I have a question about that. How do you, I guess, you can find a place where people are sitting down, or because I have trouble when people are moving around and kind of
that's
take
part of the
a mental
point.
snapshot.
Huh?
Oh, go ahead. Tell me your process.
Okay, so let's say that I'm drawing, like I was drawing those two people at the table earlier, right? So let's say I'm going, but the only thing I want you to talk about this guy is that this whole shape right here is basically a square, correct? Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yep.
And, you know, I might even do this whole thing. I might take a brush pen with this thing and do the whole thing here black and only leave his hand sticking out. Maybe his bag. And do that negative shape thing, right? Well, that's negative shape, that's negative shape. And then I got this really cool, probably push him a little bit. Maybe I'd turn his head a little so he's looking over at us. So he starts to look a little more sinister. Whatever. Okay. Okay, Okay, so like if I'm drawing somebody and they're sitting at a table like this. By the way, draw the table last, draw the hardware last, because it ain't going anywhere, right? The only thing I might do is put the top of the table for reference, like if there are arms on it, just to make sure that, or that I don't all of a sudden draw the person and the table's like down here, you know? So I might put it in there as a guideline. But if I have somebody, you know, sitting this way, let's say, their hands are here. Okay, so let's say I'm drawing them, okay? And they're sitting normal like this, let's say. I'm gonna turn them more this way. Okay, if this person gets up and leave, and they're having a coffee, right? It's at Starbucks or something. And they get up and split, somebody else is gonna sit down in that exact same position because that's where the table is. Does that make sense? They're all humans. So then the next one that comes in, I go, oh, I start plugging stuff in from that person. It doesn't matter unless they're just wildly varying body types or something. And even then it doesn't really matter. Because now what I'm going to do is the next person who comes and sits down, let's say I only get this far with it. Next person that comes and sits down, like this leg, let's say I put this leg in here, you know, this one. And I've only got this block end done. Well, guess what? Even if they have a different kind of shoe, if I've only put this shoe in and that's it, then I'll just go, well, they got this. Okay, so now I'll go, shoes are all structured the same, basically, right? They tip up right here. That's one thing people miss all the time. If you put your feet on the ground, your toes don't touch the ground. It does that, okay? People never get that. They put them flat. So I like to put that little flip that's right there. Then this comes down. You know, then I might put that and this information and a bow, you know, because the next, who cares what kind of shoes they're wearing? I'm not going for likenesses, right, on this kind of stuff. Then I'm going to go, okay, I want to put a little flip on the pants right there. And then whenever you get this kind of like an elbow or a leg, I can't do it because I don't have long shirt on. You're going to get a radiating fold right there, correct? So this is going to happen no matter what. I'm going to get a radiating fold. Now here's the other thing I'm usually almost always going to happen. This knee is going to pull a fold right there. Okay, does that make sense? It's like this. Hang on. This is too wide. Hang on. It's going to pull a fold right there. If you're sitting in that position right now, your pants probably have that fold. It goes right across your leg. You know why? Because it's pulling from your knee right across your, it's a pull fold. It's a tension point, okay? And then also, let's get rid of this. I'm going to get one. Here's the behind. I'm going to get one probably from here. And then I'm going to get a seam and all that stuff. But I know those are going to happen. Those are strategic folds to me. Radiating folds, this cross fold. You'll start this one here, like this arm right here. Like if I have this person here, and their arms, let's say their arm is coming forward a little more here. Here's their arm. They're going to get a fold right there. Why? I'm pulling forward. You see it? Right? Look at these. Pull folds, right? So then on this sleeve, I also might get these things are pulling away. Let's see. And that one's different. These that are pulling away, hang on. That are coming up here and pulling over and away, sort of like that, okay? But they sort of wrap around a little bit. I just need a few of those. You don't want to overdo those, okay? But they are really important. When you're drawing people in clothing, it's telling the viewer, it's telling the viewer a whole bunch of stuff. It's doing a whole bunch of things. It's if I have a leg in side view like this, this isn't very interesting if I don't put some information in there, correct? It's just not very interesting, and it's flat, okay? But as soon as I go in and I throw a couple of those folds in there, I can start to get, I put a little flip in there. radiating fold in there. It starts to get more interesting, right?
Mm-hmm.
Also, when you're drawing people, you know, you want to go like, let's see if we can find a picture here. Hang on. There we go. Perfect. Hang on. His pants are tight, which is not cool. There we go. This might be bad. There it is. So let's go. I love these stock photos. Yesterday we were going somewhere and there was a big billboard and it said the staff at the Redlands Hospital is here to take care of you. And it had this stock photo of everybody like standing there in like their lab coats with their clipboards and all that kind of stuff. And you're looking at it and going, that's clearly a stock photo. You know what I mean? It's clearly a stock photo. And it's just a weird message because the message really is, we're here to take care of you, but we don't care enough to actually just take a staff photo of who's actually here. Does that, you know what I mean? And everybody knows their stock photos, but anyway. Okay, so let's look at this thing. You guys probably see these things every day, right? These weird stock photos. Every time you see somebody doing this, I don't have one. Somebody with a clipboard. Somebody with a clipboard going, or you know, or talking to his team with a hard hat on. Those are all stock photos.
I like the ones of couples because it's funny because you're like, those people don't know each other in real life. It's so awkward looking.
I've seen some where you can tell it's like a guy's girlfriend. Like he does like, they'll do like, there's such weird stuff on stock photo sites because, you know, every now and then you use them when you're working. And there's just such weird stuff on it. There was one, oh God, I got to find it. Because if I describe it to you, it's not funny, but it's super funny if you look at it. Okay. It's just weird stuff on there that people are like, they think they're artists or whatever, and they just put stuff on ice. So it's full of garbage. You know what I mean? There's good stuff on there too, but it's full of a lot of garbage. Okay. So let's flip this. Where did he go? So look, there's that fold right there. See it? Yep. See it? It's pulling from the knee right across the shin. It almost always happens. There's my radiating fold a little bit, and then there's that one that's pulling from the behind forward. Everything I just said, right? There's a radiating fold right there. Then one of those pull folds like we were just talking about, so on and so forth, right?
Mm-hmm.
Those to me are, you know, but when I'm looking at this now, when you do this, you want to start off and like if I'm not warmed up, like I don't necessarily start with all these geometric shapes or whatever. I jump around a lot. But I don't teach that because that's just this experiential thing. I don't think it's a good thing to teach. But, you know, number one, I'm going to go, his head's tilted slightly forward, right? Yeah. Then I'm just going to go, and for me, I'm just putting the simplest of stuff. And I'm going, he's got a little neck. He's got this. This is coming here. And again, I'm not worried about likenesses. Where is this? He's got a nice, actually a shape that rolls back here kind of nice. Then you go, okay, there's his sleeve in relation to his collar and so on and so forth. It's actually up here. I'm not going to be all that accurate right now, you guys. And then I'm just going to get these tubes and things in here. Slightly up, And I'm not that worried about it because I'm going to adjust all this stuff anyway. Right? Yeah?
Yeah.
So I'm going to get the bottom of his nose. And again, I want to emphasize this. I don't care about likenesses right now. But I want to get this. What I want to do is start seeing his clothes. And I look at things like here's the front of his face. That lines up right there with the front of his face. Now, I'm not sitting here making size marks and, measuring things out, but I'm just kind of casually looking and I'm double checking myself, okay? Because like that site size stuff kind of drives me crazy a little bit. And I shouldn't say, I mean, if somebody wants to do that, whatever, but it's just not drawing to me. Does that make sense?
It's like pulling out a calculator for like addition when you should do it in your head.
Yeah, I just don't, it's like, how is that being expressive at all? It's really just like, and I kind of go like, if you need to do that, I'm not really sure. And I know there's some high level people that do that, but I just always kind of look at it and go, yeah, like when I was in college, like if I heard that somebody in whatever drawing class was teaching that, I'm not taking that class. Like, I don't want to learn like that. I want to learn how to actually draw. Okay, so then there's this, and then I'm just going to block out the hands very simply. And then, go, where's this? And all I'm doing is I'm kind of thinking of all this whole thing. So this actually comes up. So this should come down a little bit. Because see, it lines up with the bottom of his pants right there. And I'm going to do that. And then I'm going to put my other, thing in here. And then I would go in and I would just adjust like all the stuff that I just screwed up. Give him his chair. Okay, and then I'm going to go, and then also, okay, so I'm not going to adjust it too much right now, but I'm going to go, so you guys understand that if I looked at it and I go, okay, the shapes are fairly right. Let's say, right? Which I'm sure they're not. I'm going to get rid of this, hang on. And then this comes out like that. So that's just a shadow value over there, that other side. And I'm going to do the same thing with his knee. With his other leg, I'm just going to put that into shadow value. I'm going to add a pocket right here just because I want one. Okay, and then I have to start going, okay, so now the next move would be, okay, there's his ears. I'm going to indicate where his eyes are. Start getting the anatomy closer. So what am I doing? I'm just starting to build into my thing, right? Then I'm going to come in here and go, and I'm going to adjust. I'm going to go, okay, I can put a pull fold right there. That's not bad. Now I'm going to get a little bit of this kind of idea in here. And then he's got one more here that I kind of like. And I want to go here. And eventually I can start building, a finger in there and all that kind of stuff, and probably put the other hand, again, in silhouette back here. I want to put this. Look at the coffee cup sitting on my table already. His legs are too long, so that's, and by the way, it's because I focused in on the legs too close, so I wasn't seeing where they were, so I'd have to put those somewhere better. No, I don't like them, but that's all right. And also, look, his leg should actually be up on this thing, so I would have to readjust his leg. Head's a little small, make him a little bigger. But do you see how I'm just looking at it like this? That's how I'm looking at it. Does that make sense? So those clothes, what you're lucky in when you're drawing people from life, those clothes are just big graphic shapes. And that's what you got to hone in on. And then the way you're giving the viewer anatomical information, which is all underneath those clothes, is what? the pull folds and how the folds pull across the body, because why are they doing that? They're doing it from tension points. They're doing it from, a point being pulled forward, on and on and on. And you just get a simple shorthand for that because you don't want to overdo it. Like if I'm drawing that, I'm not going to put all those. I'm going to put like one maybe, right? Because you see people and they just really overdo it. I don't like that. Pull that in a little bit. There's another table here. So by the way, that's something like this being on here. When I start drawing somebody like that, I think about that right off the bat. Like those feet got to land on that thing. I wasn't looking at that when I did it. Or I might just go, screw it. I'll leave this thing out and I'll just put his feet on the floor like I drew him. Who cares, right? If they look cool, I don't care. Does that make sense? How we're just building into a simple shape?
Yeah.
Now, it takes a while to get used to it, obviously. Okay. But I actually think that, especially if you've had life drawing stuff like that, those clothes give you so many landmarks and so many, another landmark I look for, like a lot of times I think about the front of the face right here and I go, how far out are these hands from the front of the face a little bit? Because sometimes I'll draw it, it'll look fine. And I'll go, holy crap, I put the hands like way out here. And it's like, that can't happen because that means that this arm, his bicep or whatever, is going almost vertical. If that arm's out further, it's going to go out like that, right? So I've screwed up. Or sometimes I'll look at like if they're standing, in some position, and this arm's like that maybe. And then I'll look at, and I'll go, okay, that looks about right. And then I'll go look over at it, and this negative shape is actually like this big. And then I go, okay, clearly that's not right. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. But I don't draw it from this thing. Like I also look at it sometimes and I go, yeah, I moved the arm a little bit, but it looks fine. You know what I mean? If it's wrong, I fix it. If it's just like, oh, my arm, I put his arm down on his hip a little further, who cares? You know what I mean? That kind of stuff I don't care about. And then sometimes I'll just change it because I want to change it anyway, okay? Because the goal here, you guys, is that we get good enough at this stuff where we can start basically designing from just on the spot from life, right? Because then I can take this guy and I can, whatever I want to do with him, caricature him, stylize him, put him in, like I've done drawing, I have to find them. I should go do some more of them. I got on this kick for a while. I was going to the coffee shops and I was, where the guy would go or the girl would go to get, the machine or whatever to pour the coffee. I got into this thing where I would draw them, going or whatever, and I'd usually stylize it. But then I'd make the coffee machine some insane like machine thing with all these wires and all this kind of stuff. And it was just fun, right? But that's what you want to be able to do, right?
Yeah.
It would have valves and all this kind of stuff. Because it was like some weird thing that I drew this drawing of this guy, and I was stopping at can't think of the name of that. Drip, I think it's Drip. The one in Chino Hills. I'd stop on my way home like late, like that. I don't know, I think I stayed up until like 11 or something. I go in there and draw, and there's all these weird machines in there, and I drew the barista guy, and he's standing next to this machine. He was like looking over the counter at the machine, and I just made a note on it because I always write stupid stuff on it. And it was just his thought bubble, and he's looking at the machine going, I have no idea what this thing does. And that's what started that, right? Because then I started going like, you don't know what all this crap is. They do, but So then I just kept making it more and more complicated, right? But it gives me a rabbit hole to go down. I love doing that. I like having some reason to draw something with a narrative. Does that make sense? It's just fun, Okay, does all this make sense?
Yeah.
Yes.
So what you're going to have to start doing, and I, if you want to do it as an exercise or whatever, break this stuff down as far as you got to break it down for it to make sense for you. Okay? And also break it down and play around with it, just like, just like I was doing with these square things. Now I'm stylizing, obviously, but I'm starting off at the square. That's still my only point. I don't know who that is. But yeah, starting off with a square or something very simple, okay? And start looking at these this clothing. So anyway, what I was talking about is like how I knock them out. I knock them out just by thinking of them as really basic, simple shapes. And then I try to get whatever it is about them that I like or what I think is interesting. You know what I mean? So when I'm blocking that out, like this guy right here, you know, I think he has an interesting, I just like this nose. I like the glasses. You know, and then I'm going to get that hat in there. And then I know his head shape is something like that. And then this just comes in, chin. And I know I'm changing his look. And then his eye, look where his eye is. It's way back here. Like if you're drawing that out of your head, you might miss that. You might think it's further, it's up here more. That big ear, look how big his ear is. But I like this, the nose. You know, and then the same drill, then I'd go, and there's his collar. I like that collar. And then it comes down actually like that. And then where's his sleeve at? It's right there. And I can just start putting them together, right? Also, there's a nice little shadow under his nose right there. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay, so sometimes people will do this thing, and I'm not a big fan of it, where they, you know, it's sort of this like, that old classic, like draw this mannequin thing. You know what I'm talking about?
Phil loves that.
That doesn't work for me. It never worked for me. Okay, maybe it works for somebody else. I don't know. But it also is another thing that I identified in college where a lot of times when they were doing that, I go, you don't know how to draw people. You know what I mean? Like you're using all this old methodology because you don't actually, I think that and this is just my take on it, okay? I think that if you're an educator or whatever, you got to have a point of view. Does that make sense? And I think it's better if the point of view comes from a lot of experience, where you're like, I've been doing this forever professionally, and I've distilled it down to all these things that I know work because I've done them for a long time. Does that make sense?
Uh-huh.
Okay. And that's just one of those things for me. When I saw that, I go, you know, and look, everybody comes up with some sort of variation on that a little bit, you know, like I might think of the figure, you know, sort of like, again, I have my landmarks that I like. I don't tend to draw like that really. Maybe if you were going to go, okay, I'm going to push this guy. Like sometimes if you're going to push him, I might do something like this where I go, there's his collarbone and this pulls up into that, because these guys that get huge, they kind of don't have a neck. And I might just start to push all this, you know, from this big, you know, I might even simplify that like that. You know, and I might start building sort of a pushed out character like that. That's about as close as I get to that kind of thing. Does that make sense? Where I'm sort of simplifying the anatomy. Does that make sense? Okay. You know, I'm thinking about, yeah, there's a deltoid there or whatever. But I'm not getting all hung up about it either. Oops. There's a guy, I'll link him. You know, and then I would loosen this up, you know, maybe give him a shirt. Maybe a shirt comes out there a little bit, you know, blah, blah, blah. But, you know, in that kind of thing, maybe I think about it a little more. This guy here does some really nice breakdowns. By the way, don't do the Photoshop pasting your face on Bob Ross anymore. It's been done like to death. He's doing it. That's why I said it. I think this guy does some really nice, really simple breakdowns. Hang on, I'll find one. And then what we want to get into after this is like starting to really understand how to move them around, move people around. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Of course, I can't find one. Hang on. Did I tell you, guys? I found this super cool museum with like tanks and stuff out in the middle of the desert. Did I tell you that?
Nope. I feel like I've driven past that.
It's called the Patton Memorial Museum, I think. It's totally in the middle of nowhere. I don't think it's that far from the Arizona border, actually. Man, it's cool, though.
That sounds familiar.
Yeah, I don't know how it was off my radar all these years. Here's sort of that idea right here. See how he's simplifying this guy right here? All that anatomy. But he does, let me find him. It's a nice one.
Who's this guy? Josh?
This is Josh Hunter Black. I'll link him.
He worked for Disney.
Does he?
Yeah, he did some of the designs for Disney Infinity, that video game.
Oh, okay. I figured he worked for somebody. I just didn't know. I just like his stuff. It's very nice. Damn it, I can't find the study. These are some nice foliage studies right there. Why can I not find this? He usually does a lot of these very simple shape breakdowns. There's a nice little overlap fold right there. Right there. Right? There's one of those that's pulling away from that tension point because his arm's thrown back. That's great, this one right here. Where are these things, man? Man, look how many studies this guy does. Look at these. These are great. I guess, I don't know where the hell these are. Oh, there we go. Like this kind of thing. Very simple shape breakdowns, okay? He usually does lineups that are really good. If I can find it. And a lot of these, he's working from somebody. That's a nice one. He's working from somebody else's stuff, and he's just kind of studying, like Bridgman or somebody like that. That's a lot of these anatomy studies are Bridgman. That's actually Michael Hampton from Michael Hampton's book. That's a really good book, by the way, you guys. If you don't have Michael Hampton's book, I think that's a great book. And it's really talking a lot about what we're talking about. In that book, he's talking a little more about it from a anatomical perspective, but it's a really good book. I always say if you get that book and then you get like a Bridgman's book or something, like a classic life drawing book, those are two, that's a good balance. Okay.
Hey, Mike.
Yeah.
Have you seen the Morpho books?
I don't think so.
I might have brought it into class when we had traditional media.
What was it?
I'll drop it in chat. It's like these really tiny books that have like breakdowns of anatomy for figure drawing.
Oh, okay. That sounds great.
Yeah, let me.
Oh, here we go. Stuff like this. See how simple these are? Yeah? Okay. We don't want to push yet. We want to just observe, but then we'll push, okay? Anyway, on and on and on. He's a good one to look at. And look at all the studies he does. Just study after study after study after study after study. That's what you got to do, man. You can do a lot of it in your sketchbook. Here we go. So now you're going to be looking at greasy humans for the next week.
I know we're not focusing on likeness, but can you show us how you approach like figures from straight on when it comes to drawing a face?
Straight on?
Yeah.
Sort of like, it's, I approach it sort of like what I was talking about earlier, where I'm going to get, you can see I changed his position a little bit, right? Have him turned a little more looking at you. Well, let's go here. Did anybody ever use Mischief, that program? I wanted to try it, and then it went off the market. I blame Taylor. Okay, straight on. Straight on, it's really not a whole lot different. It's just going to be, I'm going to get this head shape right off the bat. Right? Now I'm probably going to get myself a guide there and there. And there maybe. Now I jump around a lot. If I'm super warmed up, it actually doesn't matter. My thinking is everything I'm showing you right now, right? But what I want you to understand is at some point this stuff starts to become second nature. And I'm not sitting around measuring everything. I'm kind of, again, I'm kind of checking things and looking at it and going, but it's all happening sort of subconsciously. Does that make sense? So, you know, I'm not really thinking that much about it. What I start thinking about once I'm warmed up is, ooh, you know, how can I stylize that? Or how can I, you know, simplify all that back there? That's the fun part to me, okay? So depending on how far away they are, so there's my ears. Oops. Depending on how far away they are, I like to try, you can't, you know, you can't always see the eye sockets. I'm going to drop this down so a little high. I kind of think like this. Then I go, okay, there's my, here's my, I'm kind of zeroing in on like the big shapes, if I'm lucky enough to have them like this. And then like with the thing like a lip, if I'm closer, this upper lip, okay, so your upper lip is like this, you guys. Comes down, and then it kind of comes out like that, and then it sort of has this sort of thing, and then the bottom lip, right? Yeah? So this is what? It's a down-facing plane. So this lip is going to usually go into shadow, and this one is going to catch light, correct? Because it's a nut-facing plane, right? Okay, so I'm thinking about that. So then if I'm doing a front view and I'm closer or I'm actually showing some of the lips, I usually do it like this. Now there's a lot of ways you can do it. We'll go through other ways. So there's the break in the lip, and then I'm just going to put that little shadow value underneath it. And see how that just gives me a little more volume in it? Does that make sense? What people tend to do is they go, that's not lips. Okay, that's a graphic, that's a leftover childhoodism. That's what that is, right? So whenever I have people drawing a model, especially like in life drawing or something, I'll look at the drawing, I go, you're not looking at the model. They go, yeah, I am. I go, you're not looking at the model because you're drawing the eyes like this, you're drawing the nose like this, and you're drawing the lips like this. You're not looking at the model. Clearly, right? And why do you do this? Because this is leftover vestigial stuff from when you were a kid. So when we were a kid, we had all these graphic symbols that we used for houses, for faces, for trees, and you got to get rid of them. Does that make sense? Because I think we all do that. We all hang on to it for a while. But now we're creating a more sophisticated shorthand language for all this stuff, correct? I mean, that's all we're really doing, right? Okay, so anyway, I don't like this line right here. I'm going to get rid of it. Now, again, this is what I was saying earlier. Look how much structure I get just from those shadow values, right? So what did I just do? Why do I get structure from those shadow values?
They push it back, creating depth.
A little bit of that, but it's really because I'm throwing down my biggest shapes, and if I get them kind of in balance with each other, it sort of starts to lock stuff together because I've got big shapes. Does that make sense? Okay. Okay, so now we have this. Does that all make sense?
Yeah.
Okay, so now we have this basic, simple, let's give him a little chin down here. He looks like a little, let's just say I have that. And he's got a hairy chest. Okay, so now we have that. Now I go, same thing as the buildings. What's my next biggest shapes? Maybe I'll put in indication of his eyebrows a little bit. I'll add the little wing of the nose there. Maybe there's a ball in his nose. I'll add that in. There's usually a darker value right in here, right in there. There's usually a darker value in there. Probably because it's recessed into your head. Again, you want to see me become 90 years old right now? So I become 90 years old when I take my glasses off. Okay, so then I'm going to go put this little overlap on the ear. That ear is too pointy. This ear is too low. So again, constant refinement. Then I'm going to give him a little bit of a, this guy's probably in his late 40s. So you can have a little of that. Give him a nostril here. And then I'm going to go in here and go, okay, I can start to indicate his eyes. Leave him like that. He's squinting at you. Open this eye up a little bit. Now he's not. And I don't need a whole lot of information in here around the eyes. Might give him a little more upper lip. Maybe let's say the light. So light, I accidentally put it going this way, so that's fine. So then maybe this gets a little bit of value because that'll help to separate. I'll give him a little bit of that sunken indication of his zygomatic arch a little bit. Kind of hair does he have? Anybody?
Comb over.
I was about to say comb over too.
Comb overs are so sad, by the way. What do you think? Like I see guys that comb overs and I go, "That's just sad, man." Like just shave it off.
Just let it go.
Huh?
Just let it go.
I've actually.
See this.
Go ahead.
This guy is giving me like classic mobster.
Yeah, a little
like
bit.
Goodfellas vibe. Yeah.
It's the other thing I like about this is I never know where it's going to go. I'm just along for the ride. Like I love that. You know what I mean? Like I'm just a little.
Real easy.
If I just sit down and start drawing, I'm just along for the ride. I don't know what the hell I'm going to draw, and it's fun. It's just so fun, right? Yeah, this guy to me, to your point, he starts to speak to like low-level criminal to me. You know what I mean? Like he's never hit the big time with the criminal thing. He's just sort of a low-level guy. And then we could do this thing we talked about earlier that I would normally, I would do with this guy. I can go a little heavier with it. Give him a little more of that 3-day beard stuff. That we just, I showed you with smudging with a pencil. It gets him a little nice, a little more disheveled looking. Then I might come in here and put a little core right there and right there. And maybe he's wearing a business suit, like a sport jacket or whatever. So that means that the sleeve would kind of do that. They have a little stair step they do. You guys ever notice that? Anytime you have a very structured fabric, it'll have that little stair step. It'll go, like if I go like that, it'll go whoop, whoop, and then it'll drop, then it'll go. You know, so then he's got this kind of crappy business suit on.
I feel like he needs like some lame 1970s gold jewelry or something.
Sure, you could do
A
that.
necklace for sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, then you would go. Then I would get rid of this interior shirt. No, I could keep that. Well, he would probably do the thing where this is open too far.
Yeah, that's a bowling shirt.
Oops, I screwed up. Hang on.
I feel like he's a used car salesman.
Add some stains somewhere.
There's a seam right there. Seam right there.
A mechanic, maybe.
Back here.
The mechanic wouldn't be wearing a suit.
Yeah. I think he's
not necessarily wearing a suit either.
No, it could just be a jacket.
I think the used car salesman is pretty accurate.
So you could go.
Yeah. Used car salesman, low-level criminal.
Yeah.
Not that far off. There was some. I went over.
He's like.
Go ahead.
Oh, maybe it's like the dad in Matilda. You know?
Danny DeVito.
Yeah, Danny DeVito and Matilda.
No, Danny DeVito's a sweetie.
Yes, but I'm saying the character.
You know, and I could put a couple of cars back here. And then here I would put.
Yeah, he filled the engine with sawdust and stolen parts.
Mike's used. Auto. This guy works for me.
He's giving you a bad name.
And put some lights around it, make it real cheesy. And then maybe up here, you know, there's like a little graphic of a car. Or something.
One of the letters is falling off.
Yeah, one of the letters could be like that. Like sideways. You know, and I'd put a couple cars back here.
It's a cover for your art classes. They have really low prices, so it attracts a lot of potential customers. Meanwhile, your students are sitting in some of the cars drawing people.
So I'd put, you know, and then I'd also put maybe back here, like a chain link fence. Some crappy buildings across the street. Ugh, you know what's scary about that? That could be my life. You know what I mean? Like, you just make a couple of wrong moves, man, and you're this guy. Like, all of a sudden you're 50 and you're like, oh my God, I haven't done anything. And I hate my job. And ugh, it's scary, man.
At least you don't have a comb over.
Like, don't make the
you got
wrong
that going for you.
What'd you say?
You don't have a comb over, so you got that going for you.
Hey, man, I have, before I became a designer, I mean, I had some crap. I was a mailman. I was a, just all kinds of stuff and some really crappy jobs. And I remember being at one of them. It was this warehouse job. And I think it was in my early 20s, you know. And I was like, I can't do this for the rest of my life. I cannot do this. I cannot, because I talked to a guy that, it was actually Edward James Olmos' brother, worked there, right? His name was Carl, super nice guy. And I was talking to him one day and I go, how long you worked here for? And he's like, I don't know, like 15 years or something. And I'm like, I'd shoot myself if I'd worked here for, I'd kill myself. I couldn't do this. Yeah. And it just tripped me out. And then it makes you realize you're like, and then my first job, like, it was at Fedco, which is no longer around. But it was like it was kind of like, it was a membership store. It was a membership store, kind of like Costco, but it was way before Costco.
Yeah.
Anyway, I got a job there, and I was like 17 or something, 16, whatever it was. And there was guys in the back who drove the forklifts and stuff. And I was talking to one of those guys, and I go, "How long you worked here?" And he's like, 12 years. And I'm like, are you kidding me? And it really made an impact on me, because I'm like, oh my God, you can get stuck.
Yeah.
Like you can just get stuck somewhere, and all of a sudden you're my age.
Yeah.
And that's when at some point I got enough sense to go get educated and go start a career. Like, you know what you want to do, and you're dicking around, because that's what I was doing. I was dicking around. And I did. And then I got to accomplish a lot of things I wanted to accomplish. It's super important to me. You know what I mean? And it makes this job way cooler for me, because it was always in the back of my mind, like, I want to circle back to teaching someday with all this experience. You know what I mean? And be able to bring that into the classroom, to me, was super. I mean, I did that as soon as I stopped teaching way back, whatever that was, 20 years ago, 15, whatever it was. That was in my head because I liked it, but I was only doing it here and there because I liked it. You know, I had regular, you know, I had other design jobs, you know. But I remember that being in the back of my head going, I want to circle back to that when I can bring all this stuff into the classroom. And there's something very satisfying about it. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
There's something really satisfying about it, because you're going, I didn't come into teaching because I failed. You know what I mean? I could still be doing that if I want to be doing that. But there was a point where I go, now it's the time. Now it's time for me to do this. Like, I'm old enough where because I remember saying this to myself when I did. I go, yeah, when I'm an old guy, I want to go back to teaching. And so I guess I'm an old guy now. But anyway, it just felt like the right moment. You know what I mean? And then you're going, and also when you've done that for 20 years or whatever, I kind of felt like I'm okay leaving this now. Like, yeah. The world's changed a little bit, and I don't really like, you know, some of it's probably just like, you know, you look at it and you go, you know, maybe it's time for these young guys to come in and take all this stuff over. You know what I mean? Because I don't like the politics. Like, I'm done with the politics. I can't stand marketing people. You know, yeah. You know, this was always a plan in my head. I accomplished a lot of things I want to accomplish. And now I'm and it's really weird when I came into, you know, full time. I'm as into like, I feel totally like I did when I first started and got my first big job at like Imagine. It feels just like that. You know what I mean? Where I'm just like so into it. Like, I never stop working on this stuff, and it's not because I have to. Like today, after this, I'm going to go make a video. Then all day tomorrow is my only day off. I'm going to make another one. Mm-hmm. It's because I'm into it. You know what I mean? I don't mind getting emails from work. Like when I worked for corporate, you know, whoever, you know, I get an email and I go, ah, crap, it's work. I don't do that anymore. Like if Frank or Phil or whoever texts me, I don't go, oh, it's work. It doesn't feel like work. Does that make sense? I mean, this isn't work. I mean, what I'm doing right now, really, this isn't work. You know what I mean? It's not.
Yeah.
I mean, let's all be honest. It's not. You know, it's fun. Like, I like doing this. You know what I mean? If I wasn't doing this and getting paid for it, I'd just be some weirdo in here showing you guys how to do this anyway. Okay? All right. So whoever asked, does that make sense on how I'm approaching the front view like that? Where'd they go?
Right, that was me. It makes sense.
It does? Okay. So what are we doing? Same methodology we've been doing with buildings. Was it Ebony? Are you the one asking?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. And I like you guys, man. I want you, and you're starting to get into this groove now. What you just did here, where you're going, hey, I think he's a used car salesman. Hey, you know, what if he's this? What if he's that? That's my jam. Like, I love that. I love it when you guys throw into it. And I've got a lot of drawings from classes that I've done where it was sort of a hive mind idea, which was fun. That's fun to me. What's on his medallion?
His initials or something?
Okay, yeah.
What's that? The order of the whatever that you feel are part of.
Oh,
he's got the symbol.
I forgot about that.
Yeah, he's got that on.
What? Wasn't it like Order of the North Star or something like that?
Order of the North Star, yeah. Okay, so Okay, so what I hope you're getting out of this is once you get your skills up to a certain level, you can go down this rabbit hole out of your head, and I'm not using reference or anything. Does that make sense? That really comes from because that used to blow my mind when people could do that. Okay. And again, I just put that into the category back then. I go, well, that person's just got some freakish ability to do that. You know, that's not something that can be learned. And what I found out is like, it's this idea of very strong fundamental drawing techniques, like what we're doing. Okay. Getting very familiar and with drawing. Okay. With sketching, drawing, whatever you want to call it. And then because I'm getting good at, or I'm in my sketchbook all the time, I'm also constantly filling up my data banks with like silhouette information, just information on shapes and all that kind of stuff. And then you start being able to pull it out of your head because you've got it banked. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
So then you can just start drawing stuff out of your head, right? Which, you know, is something I always wanted to be able to do when I was younger, but I thought it was like, another thing I might do here is this jacket. Let's do this. Oops. I probably want to separate this from his shirt. I know my Photoshop's going slow. I'm leaving a little rim light on there, a little edge light. No, maybe not now. Okay, because then that'll separate his interior shirt from his jacket, right? Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay. So we went from Europe to some crappy used car lot in Jersey. Right?
Right.
Definitely Jersey.
It's what?
It's definitely Jersey.
Yeah. Okay. Questions?
Just a general question. And maybe I don't get out enough, but where do you find people in our pandemic world?
I like that. Maybe I don't get out. Where do you find humans? I'm always looking. So if I can, you know, right now everybody's outdoors, but then I'm looking at it and going, okay, I'm not going to go to a restaurant probably to draw. I mean, I draw at restaurants, but I'm not going to go there specifically for drawing. So I'm going to look for coffee shops and stuff that have an outdoor seating thing.
Huntington Beach.
The beach, parks. Where else?
They have an open cafe in downtown Fullerton.
There you go. You know, just stay away from people, obviously, but you know. San Diego Zoo's open. I'm thinking about going down there. I don't have any time this. I don't know what the hell I'm talking about, but and, you know, just things like that. You know, and like before anything was even kind of outside, I found a Del Taco down the hill in really. I was going down there. It was hotter than hell. It was like 105, and I was sitting out in this crappy in front of this Del Taco because there'd be like 3 or 4 people there, and I just sit there and draw, you know. But now it's starting to, you know, there's a lot of everybody's moved outside, so you know you could probably find a coffee place like that, or whoever just said Fullerton, and it's drawing. You know what I mean? It's way better to work from life, you guys. Like I get it, here and there you do a few things from photographs. I would primarily work from life. This whole thing that we're trying to learn here really works better if you're doing it from life, okay? Because it's gonna, I think I've said this, when you go out into a drawing from, I remember when I first did it, it was super overwhelming to me. I was just like, I don't know where to start with this. It's overwhelming. Like I was just, everything overwhelmed me about it. You know, I don't know if you guys had that experience or not, but, and then this systemic learning of, or this fundamental learning of how do I break down all this complex information and start to not look like I'm losing any quote unquote detail or anything, but I'm simplifying and on and on and on. Does that make sense? It's something that will improve your drawing more than you know, man. If you really put the time into it, it would improve your drawing really fast. Okay, that's what did it for me, man. When I got Norm's class, I'd always drawn out of my head, I think, you know, and then whatever little bit I did in college observationally. But Norm's class was the first one where it was like, all we do is field trips, dude. So you got to go out and draw, you know. And I remember the first one we did, I was super nervous in that guy's class, and at first, and went out and I saw those drawings and they're not terrible, they're okay, you know. And I remember going, okay, I can do this. And I remember going, I can do this because like I've never done this before, and this feels totally right to me. But there was a lot of work to do, you know what I mean? But it's all about this fun. I hope you guys are seeing it's all about this fundamental shape building, right? You get this down, you can draw anything. Okay? Yeah?
Yeah. Sounds good.
All right. I'm going to let you guys go. I always think our class is going to go short, and it never does.
Couple more questions for you. That could be after class.
Oh, you can do it right now.
Well, the first one was, I think it was the last class, you said there were like 5 areas that we're focusing on. It was sort of like the big picture, the big 5. And you're about to list it, but then you got distracted drawing something, and I was like, oh, what were those 5 areas?
Well, it's sort of like, let me think. I should actually write that down for myself. But one of them is texture. God, what are the other ones? I'd have to break those down, but I've thought about it in my head when I started doing this class, and it was sort of like probably the big shape language, texture. It's like these 4 or 5 categories, right?
Yeah.
And the thing with, and I'll write them down and I'll put them up. Actually, never thought about writing them down. It's learning. Okay, so what we're doing here is learning how to see. It's all that. This is all that. Okay, this stuff, the dexterity will follow. Okay, you're learning to see. That's why it's weird, because I started always saying that all the time, and then when Norm died, that book came out and it was called To Draw Is to See, and I go, God, that's a message from beyond the grave. That's exactly what I think. You know what I mean? And he didn't say that, I don't think, when I had him. But I started breaking this down into like, okay, it's really, when you're talking about like texture, the reason I put that into a category is when I look at a lot of different things, what I'm trying to do is get you to be able to problem solve, okay? So when you look at something complex, you're now, hopefully at some point you're doing kind of what I do, and you're taking it out of like, oh, those are like we look at those Adolf Menzel drawings today, right? And the one with the beard and all that. That now is the same thing as the leaf thing, where it's like I'm on the interior of that leaf thing, I'm seeing texture. And then on the exterior, I'm seeing more information about what it is. It was the same thing, that beard thing. The interior is just a lot of texture, and then a little more finesse on the edges where you're showing me, you know. So then what does that fall into? That beard doesn't fall into hair so much for me. In my brain, it goes to that same idea of texture. Does that make sense? So then, so when you're looking at things, and then I look at things like temperature or color. Let's say color. And in this class, that's not a factor, but I'll write it down. But so sometimes you'll go out to paint and you go, okay, well, from life, and you go, what the hell color is that? Like, I don't know what color that is, you know? That's a weird color. And then, okay, so then what your next question needs to be, and this falls into the same categories like texture and all that. You go, okay, I can't identify that color. What does that mean? Probably means it's gray, correct? You can't identify it. It's gray, right? Then the next question is, what temperature is it? It's not just gray, it's got a temperature. So then I look at the temperature, then I go, it's kind of a warm gray with a little bit of hints of like yellow ochre in there. They're real deep in there. And if you ask somebody else what color it was, they'd probably just go, it's gray. But it's like, you got to know more than that it's gray. Does that make sense? Like same thing with trees. When I look at a tree trunk, if you ask the average person, they go, every one of them, they'll go, that's brown. And you go, it's purple brown. You know what I mean? It's warm orangey brown. It's whatever, because I got to mix that color. And it's the same thing with this, where I want you to start categorizing things where you go, when you run into a stumbling block, like shingles far away, and you go, how do I define that? Oh, it's texture. You know what I mean? Because if you define it, then you kind of know how to tackle it. Does that make sense? Like when we get into more into like ground texture and stuff like that, that stuff starts becoming fairly random mark making, but it's got to be organized random mark making, if that makes any sense, right? It's all got to be organized. It's all got to be clear, okay? And sometimes that's making what feel like random marks, but they're not. I don't make random marks at all. You know what I mean? I'm always thinking about what I'm doing. Does that make sense? Mm-hmm. But I'll write those down, because I never thought about writing them down. And I think it's 4 or 5 categories. Okay, you guys. Anything else? You have another one?
One more thing.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. What was the assignment for this week?
Oh, that's a good thing you said that. Let's go after people. Okay. And here's what I want you to do. Let's do 4 pages again. Again, don't put one person per page, and just little ones, man. They could be that big. And also, I'm not looking to, if you haven't done this before, I'm not looking to get some perfect bunch of drawings right off the bat. But I do want to see that you're starting to understand this idea of breaking these shapes into very simple graphic language, right? Let me shoot the room one more time. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Oh, and by the way, so what's going to happen here, I want to concentrate on people this week, but then I don't want you to stop drawing buildings and foliage. And so at some point, this is going to become just wide open, where it's like, just draw whatever you want to draw, but don't avoid anything, okay? You can't avoid anything. You can't be one of those people who goes, oh, I really suck at drawing this, and you don't do it. It's like, well, that's why you suck at it. You know what I mean? Because you don't do it. Hang on. What's this guy's name, by the way, this used car guy?
Maurice.
Stefano.
Sal.
Yes, Sal.
Sal.
Sal Manoa.
Sal Manella. Hang on. By the way, I don't know how you guys are, if any of you guys are contact. I mean, I know that everybody's sort of diaphanous right now, or whatever you want to call it. But one thing, if you want to get like Desert Storm paper, a good thing to do is, because you buy it by the ream, right? If you got like 3 of you together, it wouldn't be that expensive, and you could, you did all 3 of you, ended up with a stack like that, probably, I think that paper's really nice. And the Strathmore ones are fine. I mean, they're fine. I really like the Desert Storm because it's just, and by the way, there's 2 grades. There's what I have, which is more of like a cardstock, and then there's one that's more like a paper. Get the cardstock. They're usually sitting right above each other. If you go into Kelly Paper and go, where's the Desert Storm? It'll go, it's there. And then just pick the one that's a heavier paper, okay? I think, I won't start because we're almost out of time. Shoot. Oh, I got to screen cap the room. Hang on. So not in the mood to set up all my gear to shoot a video.
Oh, Mike, I have a question. How do we set up office hours with you? Do we just shoot you an email?
Shoot me an email.
Okay.
And I'm also going to try, I'm probably going to do another midweek meeting again this week.
Okay. Thank you.
So again, I'll just put it up, and if you want to go, go. And if not, that's fine.
Yeah, I wish I could go to that, but my work conflicts with it.
You what?
Oh, I said I wish I could go to that, but my work conflicts with it.
Quit your job. Nobody cares about that.
Yeah, I've been trying to get a hold of you for office hours too. I I'm happy to do after class if that works for
Oh,
you.
well, yeah, you sent me the thing, and I couldn't figure out exactly when you were available.
Yeah, and I responded, but maybe, I know Phil said that you guys were having trouble with your Fullerton emails, so I don't know if that was.
I don't think I am.
Okay. Yeah, I replied like within an hour.
Let me show. What days can you do that? Because you work like a lot, right?
Yeah, I basically work 9:15 to 6 every day. So I have the mornings, and then I'm in Phil's class Monday, Wednesday.
Which class?
Perspective for storyboarding.
Did you guys ever see the movie Barfly?
No.
Oh.
This guy that we just drew looks like he could be in Barfly.
I don't know what it is, but Firefly,
awesome.
I mean,
it's an awesome movie. It's Mickey Rourke before he went off the rails, and it's awesome, man. It's a cool movie, and it's a Bukowski wrote it, Charles Bukowski, who's a notorious drunk, and it's I think it's sort of autobiographical. It's just all these sleazy people they're all barflies and live like in downtown LA. It's a weird movie, but I think it's a cool movie. Anyway, this guy could have lived in it. Okay, I just screen capped that. Let me put that away.
Did you want to see the book really quick that I was telling you about? Yeah. It's this one. Put the link in the chat.
You got the link?
Yeah, it's in the chat. He's got a series of them. They're designed so they're bound to lay flat. So you can clip it to your sketchbook or your sketchboard, and then it'll lay like completely flat. You just like bind it on top here. And then the plates are this one is for skeleton and bone reference. So it shows you like the landmarks that you'll need to know.
You put that in chat. Let me look.
Yeah.
I don't know if I know
the
that.
Amazon one. The one that's in chat is for forums. I got these when they were in the original French, but they translated all of them, and they're all really good. Is it
called Shot Deck? Is that it?
Oh no, Shot Deck is for storyboarding. Shot Deck is, it's really cool. It's brand new. You can search for emotion. You can search movie stills for emotion, color, sets, and there are a bunch of other categories.
It's like a study thing?
Yeah, you can use it to, so if you want to look at like throne rooms in movies, you can go to Shot Deck and search that.
Really cool.
Yeah, and then the Amazon link was the one for the book.
Okay, so what reference would they give you? They'd give you movie reference?
Yeah, so they have a bunch of like still images of the film.
Well, okay, so what is this for though?
If you're studying like composition, for example, and you're like, okay, like I want to see how they compose a throne room, you'll see that they're all in like 1 point perspective, like things like that. So you can search throne room in Shot Deck, and it'll pull
it's basically it's like a film study thing, right?
Yeah.
Okay, that makes sense. Okay. Don't go here if you're actually designing a throne room, though.
Yeah, definitely not.
Go down the rabbit hole of Babylon and all that crap. You'll probably find some crazy stuff. But what's the book you were talking about? What's the name of it?
Morpho. It's in chat, but it's like.
I don't see it. Am I missing it?
Let me.
Oh, that's probably it. There it is.
Yeah, it's Amazon. Morpho Simplified Forms.
Who's talking about Walmart? Taylor. Where's Taylor? Who are you guys talking about?
We're talking about how the people in Earth's World look like Walmart, and then the other one, I think it was like was like Target.
By the way, Walmart is one of my favorite places to go draw people.
Yeah.
Like that website, People of Walmart.
Yeah, but it's fun just to go there. And the one by here in Highland is pretty good.
Yeah.
And what's really cool about Walmart is that they have, like this one in particular, they have a McDonald's in them, right? So you can get an iced tea and just keep getting refills of iced tea. It doesn't cost you nothing. And the one here, they actually have a table, like one of those high top tables. You know, it's like this, like this or whatever. And it has a couple stools. And then it's narrow, it's only like that wide or whatever. And it's right in the front of the, I don't know if they all do this, but this is awesome. It's right in the front of the McDonald's, and it looks right into the store. So like you can put your sketchbook right there, and it's like everybody's right in front of you. It's perfect. And then you just get free iced tea refills and get those mid-tone napkins. You just sit there, and there's so many great people to draw at Walmart. A friend of mine wanted, and this is weird because this has never happened to me before. She wanted to go with me because I go, and she goes, I want to go with you. That's cool, And I go, okay. And then we go, and then a fight kind of broke out at the soda fountain thing. And she's really weird. She got like really, like it was no big deal. I mean, they were yelling at each other and all that kind of stuff. And I was just drawing. I wasn't paying much attention to it. And then she's like, and then I could tell she got uncomfortable. And then I could tell basically she wanted to split. And I go, don't ever ask me to do this again. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Don't ask. I go, that was not dangerous or anything. It's just silly Walmart stuff. You know, don't ask. And I took her to Yermo one time to go painting. And she's like, this place is sketchy. And I go, yeah, but it's not dangerous. It's sketchy, but it's not dangerous. I don't think. You know what I mean? I mean, who knows? Maybe it is. But, I mean, who knows? But, you know, they're fun places to go. You know?
Yeah.
And Walmart, man, it's just like such a wide variety of body types and stuff there. You know what I mean? And then the people, like you see on people at Walmart, are just wearing crazy stuff. It's just a weird place. Like, I don't even know why it's like that. Like, I don't know why it's like that. You know what I mean?
It's because it's cheap and anyone can shop there. Anyone can
like
find
Target's
something.
not all that expensive. And
It's more expensive than Walmart.
Yeah.
For sure.
No, is that what it is? Because it just seems like it's more of a thing.
I don't know. I just feel like it's just a weird phenomenon.
Yeah, I think it's a weird phenomenon too. And I stopped at the other one on University, which is also okay. San Bernardino's sketchy anyway, right? So we're up here, up on the mountain, and it's nice, little small town. But then you go right to the bottom of the hill, man, and it's like hardcore San Bernardino. And it just gets super weird down there. You know what I mean? But those are kind of the best. Oh, so I went to the one in University, which is in San Bernardino. But I never go to Walmart other than to draw. But I needed pins, right? And for some reason, like, I couldn't find, for a long time, the more standard G2s, the 05, I couldn't find them anywhere. And I just knew that Walmart would have them. I go, I know they're going to have them. And they're going to have a pack of like 10 of them. So I'll just go buy them.
Walmart has like a lot of random stuff that you can't find places.
And then, so I went into that one. I'd never been to that one. It looked literally like the end of the end of the world. It was so weird. You know what I mean? And it was just, and that one's particularly it's worse than almost anyone I've ever seen. It's right by a university too, which is weird. So it feels like it shouldn't look like that. So I don't know. Good place to draw. Bottom line, right? Okay. Yeah, this Morpho thing looks cool. What's the thrust of this? Like, sort of just, oh, it's anatomy. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
This looks pretty good.
Yeah, he has a series. He has some on body fat, on the forms.
And is that his name, Morpho?
No. Morpho is short for morphology.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, which I guess in French they use that instead of anatomy. And yeah, he has a series of them. They're all like $10 and they're all really good.
Oh, that's cool. I'm gonna have to look at that. And they're all on anatomy?
Yeah.
Yeah, that might be a good one. It might be sort of like that Michael Hampton thing where he's breaking all the anatomy down into really simple forms.
Well, yeah, what I like about what he does is he has like plates and explanations on the musculature, but he also like shows you simplified design of musculature. So if you look at like, I think in the forms one, he shows you the pectoralis major, and he's just like showing you its simplified shape.
Yeah, that's
like
that's shit. What do I do with it? Oh well, I have the book right here.
You mean Hampton's book?
Yeah, I have it right here, of course, and now it's I got to reorganize this stupid office.
What I like about
I keep losing everything.
Same. No, what I like about La Rochella's stuff is that Hampton's is very designy. It's like very mechanical.
Yeah, it is very mechanical.
Yeah, his are like
there it is.
A more organic looking, if that makes any sense.
No, but here's the thing that I always say about that, and I agree with you. But what I like about Hampton's approach, Hampton to me doesn't look like he was trained as an illustrator. It looks like he was trained as a product designer to me. And I don't know if that's true.
He actually, it's kind of controversial. He actually learned from Carl Gnass and Glenn Vilppu, and everything that's in his book is basically what he learned from them. So he kind of upset them.
You know what? Okay, like I understand to a certain extent that idea.
Yeah.
But, I mean, Glenn Vilppu didn't invent anything.
Yeah.
Okay. None of us did. Okay. Now I have a point of view that that's my point of view on teaching and all that. And I do get people who start crowding in my lane and start trying to do what I'm doing. And I'm going, it does irritate me. Mm-hmm. Because if I look at what Frank does and I go, what I like about, working with people who are good at what they do, then I go, I don't got to worry about 3D or anything. Frank's got it covered. You know what I mean? Like, I don't need to worry about that. Guys who didn't go to college are always very, you don't need to go to college. I don't agree with that. I think there's a handful of people who can do that. Mm-hmm. And it's like I told him, I go, Stephen, most people don't have that kind of discipline. They just don't.
Yeah.
Like you develop it. Like I got super disciplined. I was super not disciplined when I came to Fullerton. And by the time I left Fullerton, I was super disciplined. Like I was super focused. I didn't screw around. I didn't drink a drop. I didn't have any social life. I never saw my girlfriend. And all I did was work and learn and work and learn and work and learn. That's all I did. You know what I mean? And I was like, and it actually felt good to me. It was like, my life has order now. You know what I mean? Because my life had no order before that. And by the way, when you're just partying every day, and that becomes unfun very quickly. You know what I mean? Like it's fun to have something to look forward to. It's not fun every day you're just doing. Then at some point you're like, what am I doing? You know what I mean? It's wasting time doing this crap. And so I liked getting all focused. It made me feel like that's who I'm supposed to be. That's who I was supposed to be. I just went on the wrong path for a while. You know what I mean? And now I'm back on the right path. And who I actually am is a very disciplined person and a very craft-centric person where I like to be good at what I do. Does that make, and somebody also who wants to accomplish things. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Which is why I wanted to teach here, and I'll shut up because we're done. That's why I wanted to teach at this school, and I've said this, I know a billion times, but this school changed my life. I mean, 100%. Okay? Turned me into a whole different person. Okay? And I saw the value of that, being able to come into something when you don't have a bunch of money, and because there was good teachers there then, and be able to go, okay, for me it was coming in not knowing anything. So the first thing they did is they started clarifying things for me. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. Then they started encouraging me, and then they started giving me nice compliments, and on and on.
Right.
And then you get good, right?
Yeah.
Anyway.
Will Weston talks about like all his students who did really, really well that he posts like on his Instagram page. They were the kind of student who were already like good. Like everybody that comes in there, they're already like considered talented. But those particular students would do like 5 times the amount of homework.
Yep.
Like it's insane. He was saying that he had a particular student.
Is he
she
still
spoke at Lightbox, but I forget her name.
Oh,
no,
what?
He's not. He's not still at Art Center.
Have some fun. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Same thing with the stuff we're doing. Have fun. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. Like I'm not expecting Da Vinci by next week. I'm expecting that you just start your process of learning this thing. Okay.
Right. Mm-hmm.
All right, you guys. I'm sorry I went over. Okay. I went 15 minutes over. 4 pages. I'll put it under assignments, and I'll link a couple of things that I think I talked about. Okay. And then I'll get this Zoom up as quick as I can. Okay.
Yeah.
I'll send you another email about office hours.
And your office hours. That's right. Yeah. Okay. Can you send me one more just so I have a current one?
Yeah, no problem. No problem.
Can you just bounce it to me and just go, hey, it's the office hours thing. We'll probably have to do it at night then. The only thing I can think of is we'll probably have to do it at night, I guess.
I can do 1:15. Does 1:15 work any day?
What day?
Any day.
Probably Wednesday.
Yeah, that's great.
Okay. Can you, here, hang on.
I'll write an email right now.
Yeah. It's what do you say, Wednesday?
Yeah, Wednesday's perfect.
What day is today? Today
Saturday.
Let me make sure. Wednesday.
Thanks, Mike.
Oh, I have okay. Oh wait, I have an open discussion. Wait, do I? Oh no, that was last week. So that's the 23rd, right?
That's right, yeah.
Hey, did you notice that my connection was pretty good today?
Yeah, it was good.
Yeah.
You know why?
Tell
Because
me.
you blessed it.
I got nothing. I was going to say something stupid, but forget it. And then what do you say? One something?
1:15. That's my lunch break, so I can swing that. Thanks.
Okay, I just put it in there. I got to put a alert on it.
This Zoom. Should I jump into this Zoom?
Yeah, I'll send you a link. I mean, it's going to be in
Okay,
this.
awesome.
It's going to be in this room. It's always in this room. Why can I not find the? Where's the? Oh, there it is. One day before. Okay. All right. Okay, you guys. Thank you. You guys are doing a good job.
Thank you.
Now go draw the hell out of people. Okay.
For sure.
Bye. Thank
Right,
you so
guys.
much.
Bye.